with the first pick. Hutchinson, sack time! Derek Stingley takes it away. Tiger football!
He's a superstar.
I've been headed to the bottom of the barrel for a while now.
It's on, it's picked up! That's Gardner!
Making friends with all my demons, never lonely.
Big hole, and they pick up the first down and then some.
I think I need a lifeline. I don't know when I became somebody.
And into the end zone goes Garrett Wilson. So Garrett Wilson has arrived to the party.
I never thought I'd leave it all behind.
Trouble again. Karlaftis with the sack. Oh my, and right on cue there is Karlaftis.
Somebody to bring me back to life.
And then what's he do? He hits it with the baseline. He can not only throw it, but he can run that bad boy too.
I wish that I could rewind.
Big hole, keeps his footing. Touchdown!
Somebody gotta recognize.
What a block by Ikem Ekwonu.
Y'all know what it is right here. Y'all know what it is right here.
I want it, don't need it. I had to realize.
Somebody pushing 340, run a 4.82.
That is a ridiculous time for somebody that big. That is phenomenal.
Swear to God, I never saw this coming.
Thibodeau is a disruptor. You have to know where you are going.
I never thought I'd leave it all behind.
Throws deep down the sideline, and it's broken up by the outstanding safety, Kyle Hamilton.
I want it, don't need it. I had to realize.
Going deep into the end zone. Touchdown! Oh, man!
I feel it, believe my own eyes.
Nice strike.
Oh, my! He put that thing right on it.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select
Somebody to bring me back to life.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, day one has come and gone, and now we are getting ready what the Criss Angel is going on right here. Hey, we have to cut away just a bit because we don't want to get copyrighted right here, but if you are watching on ESPN right now, what in the Criss Angel is going on right now? I mean, what in the, can we actually, let's cut to this real quick and feed the audio. Can we do that? Okay, what in the absolute heck is going on right now? Okay, like I said, we got to cut away because we don't want to get copyrighted. But what in the freaking mind freak is going on right now on ESPN? I have no freaking idea what's going on. But ladies and gentlemen, you are joining us for the live draft reaction show here for day 2. My name is Hassan Khan, as Chris Angel just broke out of the straitjacket here. That's a sentence I thought I would never say here on an NFL show, but it is happening. So, yeah, there he is. We are in Vegas, so hey, if you guys watch the show Mind Freak, inside joke, does he live at the Bellagio on the top of that tower, that pyramid? Is the Bellagio the pyramid? What is a pyramid? I don't know. Anyways, this is the live draft reaction show. So as the picks are happening, we are going to be showing you the picks. We're going to be feeding the audio. We're going to show you the players getting drafted. There's still a lot of good names out there. I think the biggest one right now is Malik Willis. Where is he going to land here on day 2? We expect him to be drafted here in the 2nd or 3rd round, and if he's not, that is bad news. Bad news for everyone. But you guys can go ahead and leave your comments down below. We have actually got Jeff Fields McCormick, a Time to Football faithful, actually joining us right now. Jeff, thank you for joining us right here. You were saying day 2 hype. There are so many stars left out there. I can't wait to see who the Broncos draft. David Ojabo would be an amazing addition to Denver's already stacked defense. Or we go wide receiver for Russell Wilson. That's a possibility for the Denver Broncos. I could assume that you could take the risk on David Ojabo, because Ojabo is one of those guys where I could see him going to a team that's already a contender, because at that point, it's like, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? We're going to discuss it a little bit later on, but guys, it is time for the NFL draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up on the clock, and they are ready to make their pick here sometime soon. Soon, we assume. They've got about 6.5 minutes left on this clock. I don't know if our stream is going to be a little bit delayed or not. So if you guys see, I'm 10 seconds, 15 seconds late in announcing the pick, just keep that in mind. But yes, we've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on this clock, who were originally at number 27. They decided to trade down. The Jacksonville Jaguars traded up to select Devin Lloyd in day 1. So the Bucs on the clock. You look at the team needs we have here on the screen. Yes, they need an interior offensive lineman after the retirement of Ali Marpet and company. But you could also go down the route of maybe taking the heir apparent for Tom Brady, taking a quarterback here with Malik Willis. Could that also be an option for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense? Also, awesome intro. Jeff Fields, thank you. Thank you so much. That's actually credited to Memphis Day Fire, the song Somebody, which we'll be talking about later on here. We'll give them a little bit of a shout out for us using their song on this draft show. But yeah, the Bucs, a lot of options here. As you can see right here, we've got the War Room. Well, now it's just a woman looking down at, flattering angle, by the way. That is, I'm sorry I showed you guys that on screen. But anyways, we're very appreciative that you guys can join us live here on this Friday night. I know that many of you guys, this may not get a lot of viewership just because you guys got something going on Friday night. But if you're a loser like me and you got nothing else going on, I encourage you guys to join in and talk some football with us. I do want to go ahead and show you guys while this is going on. Throughout the duration of the show, you have the opportunity to call in live if you do so, please. So I'll go ahead and pull up the graphic right here. Call in live via Discord. The link is in the description. Just join that waiting room channel. So you can just go to Discord, join that waiting room channel, and I can monitor who's going to be joining that. So if you guys want to ask a question, you guys want to chat about football, whatever's going on throughout the draft, I encourage you guys to do so, please. But I really do love day 2 of the NFL draft, just because day 1 we saw some surprises, which we're going to be talking about throughout the duration of the show. But in day 2, man, this is where your teams and your rosters are really built, because not only do you get depth for your team, but you also get some players that could be superstars that deserve to be drafted in round 1. Hey, maybe Bill Belichick was onto something, getting a day 2 guy in Cole Strange and just selecting him in day 1. Maybe he's onto that, or maybe the guys that have fallen, like Andrew Booth, Nakobe Dean, those guys and so on and so forth, could be those star players that could make an impact for their teams in 2022. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens with them. If you missed the day one show, by the way, I encourage you guys to, well, I don't really encourage you. It was a little bit of it was all over the place with our guest, JoJo Patton. It was just kind of a little bit off the cusp. You don't know what's going to happen. We're live, brother. Like, anything could happen. So if you guys like to laugh and just love to watch football and just hang out with a couple of dudes while we just watch the NFL draft, I encourage you guys to go back and watch that if you do so, please. But yeah, 3 hours and 45 minutes of complete chaos in that show. I love it, though. I love it. And speaking of which, we actually got a text from JoJo Patton. Hey, bro, thanks for having me on last night. I really enjoyed it. I don't know if he even remembers that, just because he was kind of, it was Miller Lite, which is kind of like water. But, hey, maybe some people get a little bit buzzed after 1 or 2 Miller Lights. So we've got Mel Kiper here up on the screen again. This is just me chatting. You're going to see a lot of dead time here in between picks, but whoever we think is going to be the NFL draft pick here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we'll be sure to feed it in and feed in the audio. So honestly, if you just love my commentary, you don't even have to turn on ESPN. You just watch the show. We're going to show you Roger Goodell and company making the picks. I think in round 2 and round 3, there's a lot of special guests that come on and make their picks. For instance, Kyle Brandt of Good Morning Football is actually going to be coming on here pretty soon and announcing the Bills' 3rd round pick. So we'll be looking forward to that. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. We are just now waiting for Roger Goodell to make it to the stage and then announce the pick. And once that happens, we'll be sure to feed that to you guys live on air so you guys can see who's going to be taken. Also, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this this mock draft simulator on Pro Football Focus's website. So if I cut over here and show you guys my computer, I can put myself in the corner right here. Okay, so you have the upcoming picks right here. Let me zoom in. Oh, maybe that might be a little bit too much. But you can see, the first round's already been taken. They've already got their selection. We'll fill this out as the draft goes along so you can see who gets picked by 33, 34, et cetera, et cetera. But for now, let's just go ahead and say that let's go ahead and start that draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, and according to Pro Football Focus, Bernard Raymond is the best available offensive lineman. But I believe that Roger Goodell is going to be making his entrance here soon, so let's go ahead and feed in to Roger Goodell. Actually, I think we have a special guest coming here. Who is this guy?
Yup. I thought that was a DB out there. Here we go.
Simeon Rice.
And with the 33rd pick
Here we go.
in the 2022 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Logan Hall, defensive end. Houston!
Logan Hall. Hey, Simeon Rice, you're peeking there a little bit. I know that you're energetic and you love your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but Logan Hall has been taken by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They need that defensive tackle help after the loss of Ndamukong Suh. Hey, you team him up with a guy like Vita Vea, that is going to be disastrous for any team that faces them in the trenches. Logan Hall going to be paired up with Vita Vea and that defensive line. Very talented defense. The run defense is already good as it is. Just keeps on getting better and better and better. Now we have Logan Hall getting added to the addition of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, yeah, I really do like the pick. I know that you really wanted offensive linemen here. I get it. I really do. But I'm not completely upset with that pick. Again, you got to replace Ndamukong Suh, who, you could kind of see trending downwards, as we put up the graphic that the Vikings are now up on the clock. Actually, scratch that. The Vikings, who have been very, very interactive in this draft, trading down from number 12 all the way down to number 32, and then selecting Lewis Cine from Georgia. They also have the 34 pick. They decided to trade that to the Green Bay Packers, who are now on the clock, and the pick is in for them. So let's just go ahead and wait for the Packers to see if they can make their selection. And Lo, you've actually got you joining us in the chat right now. He basically said that he had no room for error with his flight to Vegas to announce the pick for the Bills. Talking about Kyle Brandt, and I actually saw the shirt that he was wearing, the Josh Allen flexing shirt, which is 100% photoshopped, by the way. I'm kidding. No, he's not. He's a stud. But I'm going to go ahead and switch it over here to this draft that we have here real quick. And then let's just type in Logan Hall and just click on draft. Where's he at? Okay, draft here. Okay, so now you can see Logan Hall has been taken here by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the left side of your screen. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Maybe I can zoom in just a bit. It might be a little bit too much if I zoom in. Yeah, it's a little bit too much. But anyways, we'll just go ahead and monitor that for you guys, and you guys can see who's on the clock. And it's round 2, pick 2. Now we got the Minnesota Vikings trading with the Green Bay Packers. We'll see here in a bit what the actual trade is for the Packers, if we can get a graphic put up by ESPN on that. I encourage you guys to continue to leave your comments. We've got Jeff Fields saying, do you think the Hall pick means that Sue won't return, or is Hall just a safety net and a rotational piece if Sue returns? Well, Logan Hall was one of those guys that could surprisingly be drafted inside of the first round. And I think if you get a guy of that talent, I think you're planning on making him a starter. I don't think Ndamukong Suh is coming back. I really don't. Maybe if you're a Bucs fan and you love the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive line with Ndamukong Suh, we've actually got Aaron Jones and his signature sombrero coming out. So let's go ahead first and talk about the Packers, and then we'll get to you guys in the comments.
Vikings have traded the 34th pick to the Green Bay Packers.
34th pick to the Green Bay Packers. Got it.
With the 34th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
you got it.
The Green Bay Packers select Christian Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State. Welcome to the pack, baby. Can't wait to get to work with you.
Wow. I freaking love this pick. After the amount of crap that the Green Bay Packers got in the first round for passing up on all these wide receivers and going defensive heavy with Devontae Wyatt, with Quay Walker being the first linebacker taken off the board, you now have a little bit of a redemption piece here for the Green Bay Packers. Christian Watson is going to be the new number 1 wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers and company. I really, really, really love this pick. I mean, Christian Watson doing some damage down in North Dakota State, I think with Trey Lance as his quarterback, if I'm not mistaken. And now he's the official, I mean, we assume that he's going to be the official wide receiver 1 for the Green Bay Packers. So they have the selection, they make their pick, and now we have the Tennessee Titans up on the clock, who were a little bit, trade heavy in that draft. They get this pick from the New York Jets, who traded up to get Jermaine Johnson, who just fell so many freaking spots. I could not believe how many spots they could have fallen. But Jermaine Johnson did, and he ended up with the Jets. Now the Titans, in this aspect, are on the clock, and they already drafted their guy in Treylon Burks after moving up to number 18. So they don't need a wide receiver anymore. So on the graphic, you can just go ahead and ignore that. But they do need linebacker, which Nakobe Dean is just sitting there nice and pretty for you to take. Bernard Raymond, offensive tackle, is there available as well if you wanted to beef up that offensive line. And then the tight end, Trey McBride, is the consensus number 1 tight end. He has not been selected yet. So we're going to have to wait and see who the Tennessee Titans are going to be taking here. And Melee is saying, yes, redemption. They got a receiver for Rodgers finally. Yes, absolutely. And let's take a look at this graphic that ESPN put up right here. The last 4 Packers second-round wide receivers were Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, and Randall Cobb, and Devontae Adams. I would assume that's pretty good company to be a part of if you are the Green Bay Packers. So I'm really happy with that pick for the Packers. Again, we're trying to update you with this mock draft. We got a lot going on. We actually got someone up. We actually got Billy White Shoes Johnson making the pick for the Tennessee Titans. So let's go ahead and feed in the audio. What in the world is going on right here?
White shoe.
Let's see if he's going to be making that announcement right here. Whoop.
2022 draft, NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Roger McCreary, defensive back, Auburn University.
Guys, this 2022 draft is already off to an amazing start. I mean, these teams are wasting no time to really pick the players that they want. Now, Roger McCreary was a first-round grade, second-round grade talent. He's a really good man-to-man cover defensive cornerback for the Titans. As if you guys are watching ESPN, you can see the highlights there. But he's very good man-to-man, and that's something that the Tennessee Titans miss, because if there's any weak spot of that Titans defense, it's mainly the secondary, and they are improving in that aspect. So Roger McCreary is going to be the next Tennessee Titan, and he's going to be making his way to Nashville alongside Treylon Burks, who arrived there earlier today. I really like the pick. McCreary to the Titans. It's happening. So that means that the Titans are off, and the Jets are back on the clock. Did they trade back up? Because I don't think they originally had this pick, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back and see. Yeah, this was the New York Giants pick, but the Jets traded up 2 spots, it looks like, with the Giants. So the Jets, who have been very interactive, had the best draft in round 1 out of anyone. I mean, I can't think of any other team that had a better draft than the New York Jets. Because in our mock draft, we had them picking Ahmad Gardner, we had them picking Jermaine Johnson, and then we had them picking Treylon Burks. But you just replaced Treylon Burks with Garrett Wilson, the number 1 wide receiver in the draft? Of course, let's do it. Why not? So the Jets go ahead and make that move, and then the Jets are now on the clock, switching with the New York teams. Again, I encourage you guys to leave your comments down below and let us know your thoughts in the chat. It might be a little bit difficult to keep up with the draft that I was showing you guys, just because a lot of trades are happening right now, so it's just kind of hard to keep up with like what the official compensation is. So unfortunately, I can't keep up with that. But you guys can go online and you can see. Actually, let me see if I can pull up like ESPN's draft ticker or something. ESPN draft tracker. And then we'll show you the picks round by round if we can. All right. Yeah, this is perfect right here. So let me zoom in right here. And we'll be updating you guys. So, yeah, we'll show you this graphic here occasionally. You can see on your screen Christian Watson, Roger McCreary. Those guys have been taken. Logan Hall, I think if we minimize this, yes. So here we go. These are the picks that have been selected, and then you'll get an official announcement later on who the New York Jets are going to be taking. This actually might be a little bit quicker than our feed, just to keep that in mind. But yes, we'll keep track of that. For the New York Jets, we actually got Jet Field saying the Jets were incredible yesterday, and the excitement continues. Absolutely. I mean, trading with the New York Giants, 2 spots, I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference. And actually, as a matter of fact, I was surprised that at the compensation that teams got with these trades. Like the Detroit Lions moving up 20 spots to grab Jameson Williams. I was very surprised that happened, because I'm thinking to myself, oh, Jameson Williams moving up 20 spots. That's like, oh man, you have to give up like a future first-round pick or something like that. No, all you got to do is just give up your first-round pick at the end of the draft, your top of the second, and that's it. All right, cool. And there was like other teams that traded up like 2 spots, a few spots here and there, traded down 8 spots like the Patriots did, and they didn't really like give up too much to move up. So I mean, I don't know. ESPN showing the Jets draft selections. We've got Gardner, Wilson, and Johnson. And there was 9 draft day trades in the first round. That's the most since 2004. If you remember that draft with the infamous Eli Manning not wanting to play for the San Diego Chargers and Phillip Rivers trade, that happened too. But we're going to be showing you the Jets pick here in just a second, as we've got the legend himself, Darrelle Revis, making his entrance to the stage for the Jets draft pick. He's about to announce the pick right here. Let's go back to that and show you the official pick.
New York Giants have traded the 36th pick to the New York Jets. With the 36th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State.
Are you freaking kidding
the
me?
Jets section is...
Oh my goodness. Now, here's what's interesting. I know what you're thinking of right now. For you guys that are fantasy football fans, you're like, oh man, I have a keeper in Michael Carter, and I don't know if this is good or not. I don't know either. We're going to have to do a little bit of research and see if it is or not. But Breece Hall is the official pick for the New York Jets here. They didn't necessarily need a running back, but I guess with him falling, they were like, hey, Breece Hall, you're up. It's on you. Iowa State's finest running back, 3-down back, the consensus #1 back in this draft. He has fallen to the New York Jets, and the Jets are like, we can't pass up on him. We went defensive heavy. We went, got our piece in the wide receiver room with Garrett Wilson, but now it's going to be the running back from Ohio State that's going to be backing up Michael Carter, or maybe it's going to be that 50-50 guy as well as splitting those carries. That's going to be interesting to see as we get an update on the official status of the second round. Logan Hall, Christian Watson, Roger McCreary, Breece Hall. Hey, listen. All right, here's the thing. I'm a Falcons fan, okay? I am an Atlanta Falcons fan, and I am waiting patiently for no team to grab Malik Willis. I'm like, please, come on. Like, if we need to move up, I'm okay with moving up. As each pick passes, as you can see, this is a pretty cool moment. I'm just going to show up. Nope, never mind. Not going to show it. It was Breece Hall celebrating with his family. But the Houston Texans, their pick is actually in. They needed a running back. They were like, we could have gotten Breece Hall right there. Kenneth Walker is still available. Who's their pick? Let's go back and check in.
With the 37th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Pitre, DB from Baylor.
Very, very good pick. And I'm not just saying that about everybody here. I'm saying it like in the context of like where they're picking and who is still available. Jalen Pitre was one of those guys that the Chiefs were actually targeting. They love Jalen Pitre to the point they were like, hey, we don't need Tyrann Mathieu. We have Jalen Pitre if we do so please to draft him. Now, the Chiefs decided to trade up, and that kind of, messed with the plans. But Jalen Pitre does fall. It's the safety from Baylor. Does go to the Houston Texans. He's going to be playing in the secondary alongside Derek Stingley, who they drafted yesterday, and Kenyon Green on that offensive line. The Texans need a lot of help in a lot of different areas, and they are making sure that they hit all of those areas as much as possible. They're like, hey, we are okay with Davis Mills being our quarterback of the future for the time being. Let's just wait and let's see. For now, let's just focus in on that defense. Let's focus on the offensive line. Let's focus on getting some help there for Davis Mills as well. So that's the official pick right there for the Houston Texans. Now on the clock, I think it's the New York Giants. Guys, this is it. This is it. Dude, oh my freaking goodness, this is going to happen. So the Atlanta Falcons just traded up with the New York Giants, and this could be the official moment that you could see Malik Willis being drafted. We needed a running back. I hate it when sports fans say we about their team, but screw it, man. I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan. We have officially traded up. The pick is in. Oh, Arthur Blake, I see you smiling. You're cheesing. It's happening. It is happening. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Listen, since 28-3 has happened, I have heard nothing in my life but 28-3. 28-3. 28-3. And then now there needs to be a little bit of optimism here. We got rid of Julio Jones for a second-round pick, which we're picking with that second-rounder later on in this draft. And we got rid of Matt Ryan, which I was actually a huge Matt Ryan fan, so I was kind of sad about that. But we'll see. Jeff Fields, you talk about the Jets. Jets RB1, or it might be a split like Chubb and Hunt, but I love Hall to be the RB1 for the Jets. All right, this is the moment, guys. This is the moment where my excitement cannot be contained anymore, and Malik Willis could be the next quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, boy. This is happening right now. There's nobody in this room right now for me to celebrate with. Hey, watch it. Hey, last year in the second round, the Falcons traded down with the Denver Broncos, and guess who the Broncos picked with our pick? Javonte Williams. I was like, when that happened, I was like, the Falcons better get a superstar with whatever pick, because we passed up on Javonte Williams, and they got Richie Grant. I was like, huh? No offense to Richie Grant, none at all. I mean, we needed Javonte Williams badly. But this is the moment. This is the moment right now that you could see Malik Willis going to the Atlanta Falcons. This could be the moment. Let's see what happens here. Hey, Packer saying peace. You talk about the Green Bay Packers and the Christian Watson pick. We need Malik Willis. Malik, where are you, dude? If this does not happen, I'm going to freaking cancel this live stream. Like in the words of this of Mel Kiper, who's on the screen right now, if Jimmy Clausen does not end up being a superstar quarterback in the NFL, I will retire. And if this is not Malik Willis, I'm going to retire as well. It better be. It better be. There better not be any other pick. But the Atlanta Falcons are on, and let's see what they're talking about. Okay, so we've got some Falcons fans up on stage as well, as you can see right here. But let's see what happens.
On this day, April 29, 2005.
All right, yeah, I know it's a special moment, and I don't mean to be a dick by cutting off these special moments and like feel good stories and things like that, but I don't want to get copyrighted. Last night there was a Make-A-Wish kid that made the pick for the Atlanta or for the New York Giants, and I cut him off. I'll get back to that story. All right. Got to go back here. Yeah, I cut off the Make-A-Wish kid with the New York Giants when he selected Kayvon Thibodeau, and I felt bad. I was like, you're talking too much. I can't.
Family and the tragedy.
But come on, Malik Willis. Malik Willis. You traded up. Get Malik.
Now it's time to make the pick.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
going to turn it over to Minerva.
All right, yes, make the pick, and then we can cut to you.
Gadsden.
Minerva, do your thing. Malik Willis. Don't fail me, Minerva. Don't fail me.
Thank you. Okay,
right.
Let's go.
Come on. Here we go.
2022 NFL Draft, the Alontae Falcons select Arnold Ebiketie, linebacker, Penn State. Yeah! Go Falcons!
Woo! Bruh. All right. Give me a moment, guys. I'm still recovering from this. I'm very, 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 very much in shock. Very, very much. I don't know. I have little to no words, honestly, for you guys. I'm glad nobody was in this room. Spain without the S. Let's go ahead and update you on the draft and see what's going on here as we update you on who's on the clock. So the Bears are picking for the first time in this draft. Let's go ahead and throw up that graphic real quick. What the heck? Okay. Logan Hall, Christian Watson, Roger McCreary, Breece Hall. This is a little bit of an update. Jalen Pitre, Ebiketie. Man, we hit. I felt like the Falcons hit with Drake London. And this was the moment. This was the freaking moment. Hey, did Malik Willis put on a gas mask and smoked a bong? If he does, make that into an NFT. Like Laramie Tunsil. What is going on? Oh, my gosh, dude. Okay, the Bears are on the clock. Oh, my gosh, man. Mariota, QB1. Let's go. Let's do it. QB1. Mariota, come on. Hey, we had the 58th pick as well, so maybe Desmond Ridder or whoever falls. I don't think Malik Willis has fallen that far. Detroit needs a quarterback. They gave up a lot. The Panthers don't have a second or third round pick, so it'd be hard for them to trade into the second round. So maybe the Falcons could pick Malik Willis later on, but yeah, y'all are feeling my pain right now. Gennaro, you have a pretty good point. The Seahawks about to get Willis. Now, here's the thing. I actually heard that the Seahawks were very interested in Matt Corral. So maybe Matt Corral is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. So, dude, what is happening with Malik Willis? Like, did something come out? Like, and only NFL teams know about this, and it's not like known to the public or anything. Like, I didn't know that he was going to be falling this far. Like for the Falcons to even trade down or trade up for someone like a non-QB, and that's not taken away from Arnold Ebiketie. I'm going to have to practice that name pronunciation. Sorry if I'm butchering it. But yeah, I have no idea what's going on. But yeah, anyways, Arnold Ebiketie has been taken. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. They need a lot of help. I would assume that wide receiver would be a good opportunity to pick a wide receiver here. Now, they did pick a very talented offensive lineman that did fall into the second round last year, and that was Tevin Jenkins. Do they go in the same direction again? Because they do need some tackle help. You could replace, Tevin Jenkins, we don't know if he's going to be a starter, so you could replace him with another offensive tackle. I think they're like, nah, let's just wait and see on Jenkins, see what it develops into. So you could take a wide receiver here. George Pickens is still available, and I know some Bears fans out there that have been saying, like, George Pickens is a next wide receiver. Wide receiver 1, Darnell Mooney, wide receiver 2, George Pickens. Vice versa if you want to switch that out as well. But then after that, we have the Seattle Seahawks picking 2 guys, and I expect one of those guys to be a quarterback. Whether it's Matt Corral, whether it's Malik Willis, I think that the Seattle Seahawks are going to go in the direction of getting some competition there for Drew Lock. Already getting a great piece in Charles Cross in the first round. Let's see what happens here. Jeff Fields asking, Jeff Fields of McCormick, what do you think of only one QB going in the first round? That's almost unheard of in modern drafts. Yeah, I think the last time that happened was back in 2013 when E.J. Manuel was the only guy that was taken inside of the first round by the Buffalo Bills. And the Buffalo Bills traded up to get him. For Kenny Pickett to fall to the Steelers, like that's almost unheard of. Looks like we got the Impractical Jokers guy coming up on stage in the white jacket. I'm just messing with you. I don't know who that is. But we've got Matt Forte, actually, a very talented fan favorite of the Chicago Bears that's going to be making the pick. Or maybe it's a fan that's going to be making the pick here. But either way, we'll be monitoring that and checking in.
Chicago Bears select DB from Washington, Kyler Gordon. We're fortunate Kyler's here.
That is a great pick. There's Kyler Gordon right there. So that's the pick for the Chicago Bears. Decided to go down the route of Kyler Gordon instead of taking a quarterback. Or you don't need a quarterback in Justin Fields, but maybe wide receiver, like I mentioned, your help for your quarterback. But Kyler Gordon is the pick right here. Many people talked about him being an early second-round pick, and now he is taken inside of the second round. Now we've got the Seattle Seahawks up on the clock, and they're going to be up here for a couple of picks. We expect this to be one of these 2 picks to be a quarterback here. You got your offensive line help in Charles Cross, and now you do need a corner. There are a few things here and there that you do need. like an offensive tackle you got. You can wipe that off. You need edge help as well. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with the Seattle Seahawks. Who did they sign at tight end? I feel like they signed someone at tight end. They got rid of Gerald Everett, who went to the Chargers. And did they sign someone at tight end? I don't believe they did, because I was thinking that maybe it could be Trey McBride, who was taken here. But I might be, Noah Fant. That's who. They traded for Noah Fant. Okay, they're fine at tight end. So we'll see here what the selection is for the Seattle Seahawks. This might be a hot take, but I think Mooney had a breakout season last year. He could develop into a legit wide receiver 1 for the Chicago Bears. I wouldn't say that's a hot take, man. I actually think that's a more respectable take. I could see where it could go downhill where it doesn't happen, but I think Bears fans really love Darnell Mooney. I think a lot of the NFL community does respect Mooney a lot, and for him to be the wide receiver 1 in Chicago, be legitimate, absolutely could be like a 1,000-yard receiver if Justin Fields, performs a little bit better. That could be a great asset for the Chicago Bears for him to be that wide receiver 1. The Bears to pass up on wide receiver. The Bears don't pick again. Let me see. There's round 2, round 3. Yeah, Bears are picking 71st overall. And right now we are on number 40. So the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks officially. I lost my voice from the freaking Malik Willis debacle. Oh my freaking goodness. I can't believe that happened. Unreal, man. Unreal. As this is going on, guys, just want to go ahead and remind you, if you do have a Discord account at any point, let me go ahead and throw up a graphic here. You can go to our Discord, click that link in the description of this YouTube video, and just wait in the waiting room channel. And then I'll be bringing you onto that We're Live Brother channel once you're live, once we're ready to bring you on air and you're ready to talk with us. So the Seahawks pick is in. Let's see what's going to happen here. They went 7-10 last year, need a little bit of improvement. Some people are talking about this could be a rebuilding season for the Seattle Seahawks. Other people may be talking about, I don't think it's a rebuilding season. I think it's more so of just trying to get rid of like contracts and moving on to a new era. 7-10, you could have, if you bought in the right pieces, maybe could have made another playoff push, but I think they're ready at this point to move on from the Russell Wilson situation and the contract and things of that nature. So let's just wait and see who the pick is going to be here for the Seattle Seahawks. So Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, all those guys are attentively waiting to see if they are the selection. As you can see right here, we've got Desmond Ridder on the clock. Is that his kid? That's an adorable kid, if it is. Surrounded by a fabric of pink, curtain of pink. All right. We are patiently waiting right here for what's going to happen. In the meantime, you guys are encouraged to leave your comments down below and let us know your thoughts. I just realized there's a lot of dead time here, and you guys are just looking at me, so I'm going to fill it with a lot of stories. I actually have a couple of draft stories I want to share with you guys, but it looks like the Seahawks are about to make their selection. Hey, why not just like send the card for both picks? You already know who's going to be. Might as well just give both of them. But let's check in.
22 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Boye Mafe, linebacker,
love it.
Minnesota.
Love it. Boye Mafe, it wasn't until maybe last month that he fell out of mock drafts in the first round. But prior to that, he was talked about being like, how Tyler Smith kind of was drafted in the first round by the Dallas Cowboys and wasn't necessarily regarded as a first rounder, but could be like, oh, okay, some teams love him. So I could see that. Boye Mafe was that guy as well. And for them to get that edge help, as they're showing the highlights here of Boye Mafe off the edge. Ooh, look at that. I love that. Strap sack strip fumble right there by Boye Mafe. Mafe is going to be a good addition for that Seattle Seahawks defense. That defense does need some help. They were kind of banged up and had a lot of holes to fill. Bobby Wagner is a huge loss as well. So they're officially saying that Boye Mafe is a linebacker, but he's more of like the edge rush linebacker kind of player, which I think will fit in really well with Pete Carroll and the system that he's got going on in that defense. Now the Seattle Seahawks pick is in again, and this actually might be a little bit of a short turnaround. So let's see if he's going to come up on stage. Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, the 2 picks. Let's go ahead and update you guys on the draft as well. Let's go back here. They're showing the celebration in the family of hero Boye Mafe. That's amazing. I love it. That's up in Minneapolis. So I don't know if you guys can see. Let me scroll down a bit. Yes, there you go. So this is the selections that have happened so far here by the NFL. Freaking hey, man. Golly. All right, whatever. Hassan, move on, dude. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. All right, let's check in.
The Seattle Seahawks select Kenneth Walker, running back, Michigan State.
Okay.
All right. Kenneth Walker has been taken, the running back from Michigan State, who people have talked about as the second best running back in this NFL draft. He's going to be a big addition for that Seattle Seahawks team. Going to be paired up with Chris Carson, which Carson has been dealing with a lot of injuries, unfortunately. They need someone that is pretty healthy. Is Chris Carson still there, or is he a free agent? I'm not sure, but Rashad Penny was a free agent, and they decided to re-sign him on a minimal deal that's worth, I don't know how much money, but it's not a lot of money. It's just a 2-year deal. So Kenneth Walker is going to be teaming up with Penny in that backfield, and is going to be a great asset for that offense. Take some load off of Drew Lock, and is going to be running behind Charles Cross as well. So the Seahawks are done picking, and now for the first time in this draft, you have the Indianapolis Colts making their selection. The Colts did not have a first-round pick that was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles in that whole Carson Wentz trade that went down. And now the Colts, who don't have a third-round pick either, after trading that away to Matt Ryan. I believe they do have an additional third-round pick, because with that Carson Wentz trade, they got a second-rounder and 2 third-rounders, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but they could have that offense and have that team that could make an impact and could make a playoff push. They were just one game away against the Jacksonville Jaguars, one victory away from making the postseason. Didn't happen, so the Colts, they believe that they have the roster of making it now that they have an improvement over Carson Wentz and Matt Ryan. Gennaro, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, saying Willis to the Hawks, Corral to Lions, Ritter to Saints. Well, Willis to the Hawks is not happening. You said, wow, did not expect that. They did need an RB, though. Yeah, they did. Jeff Fields McCormick, no quarterback. Yeah, kind of a surprise. And you're also saying Corral or Willis should be coming up with Seattle's next pick. Broncos fan here, trust me. You don't want Locke as your starter, but you do want Wilson, so congratulations to you for getting Russell Wilson as your starter. And Lowe saying Jamal Adams wasn't worth those first-round picks the Jets made out. Yeah. So Jamal Adams wasn't worth it, the Jets made out. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. But it ended up being like the Seattle Seahawks were kind of in a tough spot as well. Like, imagine, like, you got your first-rounder back, but you had to trade Russell Wilson, you know? So maybe it didn't work out with either team. Who they get? They got Mekhi Becton, right? Now, is there still a little bit of time for Mekhi Becton to improve? I don't know. I have to see. That guy's a monster. We're approaching 2 minutes for the Colts on the clock, by the way, just to update you guys. Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm just as shocked as a lot of you guys that Malik Willis and all these guys are just falling. They're just falling. So we'll see what's going to be happening here. By the way, let's go ahead and I think we have an update on a trade. The Vikings acquired the 42nd pick from the Indianapolis Colts. Yes, we want to update you guys on that. The Vikings are now on the clock. They are making moves Could this be Malik Willis? Could it happen? Vikings are now on the clock. They need a linebacker. They need a cornerback. They need a defensive tackle. They got their safety help. Some guys that you could target. Andrew Booth. Travis Jones, the defensive tackle from Connecticut. Nakobe Dean, the linebacker from Georgia. Nakobe Dean's fall reminds me of last year's linebacker fall, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who eventually ended up with the Cleveland Browns in the second round. A lot of options here for the Minnesota Vikings, so it makes a lot of sense on why they would trade. So now, to update you guys, we got the Minnesota Vikings with the 42nd pick. The Colts trade back out of that to acquire more picks, maybe assuming that, they lost a third rounder from the Matt Ryan trade, but they already have enough picks. The only thing that they were really missing out on was that first round pick. So here we go with the Colts, still in commercial break. Funny draft story. I actually attended an NFL draft, so that was like a bucket list thing for me. When the draft was up in Nashville, which you can go back to our channel and watch a vlog that we came out with about 5 minutes or so of me just in Nashville and just having the time of my life, dude. It was awesome. It was like the stage was up front and then all the way down Broadway Street. If you've been to Nashville, long street, they had the whole NFL draft where I cut like people were walking in one direction and they had to like go to the back of the line. I kind of like went the opposite direction and I kind of cut people in line. So I was kind of up front to see it. But yeah, I saw it was 2019. So I saw like Kyler Murray get drafted. Josh Jacobs, which the Raiders announced that they were not going to be picking up his fifth-year option earlier today. Kind of a surprise. Cleveland Farrell, I mean, that makes a little bit of sense. Jonathan Abram, that makes a little bit of sense. But yeah, so I saw the NFL draft, and it rained the whole freaking time. So all the way from the Kyler Murray pick down to number 32, when N'Keal Harry was infamously drafted by the New England Patriots, it was the time of my life. It rained the whole entire time. It was awesome during it. So if you guys have not been to an NFL draft, if there's any way that you can go for free, which Nashville's event was free, I highly, highly recommend that you guys go to watch an NFL draft. It is so much fun just to watch a guy name or say names for 4 hours. Let's see if we can update you guys on what's going on here. So let's go ahead and show you the graphic of the draft. So this is a little bit of an update. You see the most recent picks being Boye Mafe and Kenneth Walker. All right, so we've got the commish coming back up. Actually, no. We've got someone else. Let's see who it is. It might be a Vikings legend. I can't make it out exactly who it is. Ed Marinaro, second-round pick by the Minnesota Vikings in 1972. I'm not that familiar with, legend names, but let's see who's going to make the selection for, or who's going to be the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. All right, well, he's taking his time. Taking his time here. I can see the Vikings leaning towards Dean or Leal. Oh, talking about the defensive tackle, DeMarvin Leal. All right. Great defenders. Leal was considered a top-tier D lineman earlier in the offseason, not two D linemen. Not too sure why he fell so far on the draft boards. He's an incredible DT. All right, we're still talking here. We're still talking. We'll keep you guys updated on when he's going to make that selection. Booth would be a great pick for Minnesota too. Superstar CB to help their secondary. Let's see what's going to happen. Come on. Make the selection.
The top of my list for teams I wanted to be drafted by. In fact, there was only one team that I wanted to be drafted by less. But I'm not going to mention Green Bay.
He's got a humor. He's got a humorous side to him. All right. Still waiting. See what the Minnesota Vikings selection is going to be. Is he wearing a purple suit? Love it.
Minnesota Viking and former head coach at Blue Mountain State.
Blue Mountain State?
Come on, we got to have some GOAT fans out there.
Blue Mountain State, is that the show with Give Me a Hell, Give Me a Yeah, Hell Yeah?
I can't read the card. She wants me to read the card. All right.
That's freaking hilarious.
No! Anyway, with the 32nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive back Andrew Booth from Clemson.
There we go.
He's a terrific player.
So it took a minute. It took a minute for him to read the card, but it also took a minute for Andrew Booth to be selected here by the Minnesota Vikings. Finally, as he is celebrating in his home in Gainesville, Georgia, Booth, known to be a very talented corner, could have been a first-round pick, and he fell out. So the pride of Tequila, Georgia, finds himself in purple and gold, playing for the Purple Eaters defense, hopefully stopping Aaron Rodgers and company. Aaron Booth, Clemson cornerback, being drafted by the Minnesota Vikings. Maybe the heir apparent to Patrick Peterson, who they re-signed on a one-year deal. So the Vikings are going to be making that pick right there. I feel like I mentioned this a lot, but okay, so now we got the New York Giants. Let me go ahead and pull up the New York Giants graphic. But Andrew Booth, so he is the first player from my high school to get drafted. So congratulations to him on getting drafted. And actually, Gainesville, Georgia, where this is right here, that's actually just 15 minutes away. So let's see if they have a selection here.
Okay.
All right, we're going right into it.
43rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Wan'Dale Robinson, wide receiver from Kentucky. Let's go.
Amazing. You know, there's actually rumors out there that Wan'Dale Robinson could have been a surprise first-round pick by the Detroit Lions at number 32. Ends up being the Giants' next pick. So, you know, George Pickens is being passed up on, John Metchie as well from Georgia, and Wan'Dale Robinson from Kentucky. Pretty good player, and is going to be a great addition for the New York Giants. Now, the Giants offense does need a lot of help. They helped it out with Evan Neal, and now they're helping it out with the wide receiver because last year, Kadarius Toney, that was a little bit of a blunder. It didn't work out. They're looking to trade him, but Brian Dable in that offense, hopefully they want a little bit of improvement right there. They declined the fifth-year option for the New York Giants, and now it's looking like that they could be finding a new quarterback here in the coming year or two, depending on the play of Daniel Jones. Man, that took a long time for the Giants or for the Minnesota Vikings to make their pick, so they just like immediately picked for the New York Giants. But no, yeah, so Andrew Booth celebrating just 15 minutes down the road here in Gainesville, Georgia, and like I said, the first player from my high school to get drafted into the NFL. So I'm going to reach out to some connections. I don't know. I might have some context that I could try to land an interview for him on this show. That'd be pretty awesome if I'm able to do that. But now you've got the Cleveland Browns on the clock, fresh off a fantastic trade, getting Deshaun Watson. Fantastic. You call it what you want. Some people are like, oh, with Deshaun Watson, I'm not like a believer morally in Deshaun Watson. That's okay. I'm not arguing that. Like, it's, you know, you can believe whatever you want to believe. But as far as a football standpoint goes, Deshaun Watson is the new quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. I'm actually surprised that they didn't trade this year's second-round pick. They might have traded next year's second-round pick, but this year's second-round pick, they actually still have. So they can get an impact player here. Hey, Malik Willis. Hey, Deshaun's going to get suspended. Malik Willis. He's still available. Hey, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt you. My name is Malik. I've been in this green room for a while. I was just wondering, like, when my name is going to be called. Oh, yeah, well, a representative will be with you shortly. Oh, okay, yeah, take your time. Take your time. I'm just waiting. Just waiting on my name to be called. Yes, a representative will be with you shortly. Okay, take your time. Take your time. Oh, is it my turn? No, the Seahawks got Boye Mafe. Oh, okay. Hey, is it my turn? No, the Atlanta Falcons. All right. I'm still triggered by that. Forget it. Malik Willis still waiting. The Cleveland Browns, actually, if I'm not mistaken, have just traded that pick to the Houston Texans. So let's go back here and put the Texans on the clock. So the Texans are making a little bit of a move here. The pick is in for the Houston Texans, so let's just wait and see who they're going to get. But let's show you the updated draft order right now, as you guys can see. So going here real quick, we've got the Houston Texans here at number 12 in the second round. The Lions are picking from a trade as well. So the Colts from their earlier trade drop all the way down to 53. And I believe, okay, so it was the Browns who traded back. Let's see if we can update the third round and see if they selected. Yep, they selected on the top of the third round. Okay, so they acquired a few picks, and they have the 14th pick as well, and that's their original pick. I believe so. So the Browns have 3 picks in the third round. So they're looking to do some damage here on Time to Football's stream, which, by the way, if you guys are new to us and are just now discovering us, I encourage you guys to subscribe to this channel and leave your comments as well and let us know, your favorite team, your thoughts, what you're thinking, and let's see who the Houston Texans are going to be picking here as the pick is in for the Texans. Going to be making their the picks here pretty soon. Well, it's pretty funny. Okay, we can't see because of our graphic, but underneath it had a lot of needs. You had wide receiver, you had offensive lineman, you had cornerback, you had, and they filled in all these needs nicely, yes, but you still have a lot that you need to address in the situation. And the Texans are really making moves knowing that this is going to be a process that's going to last about 2 or 3 years before they can have that team that contends for the playoffs. But let's go ahead and listen in to the commish.
2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select John Metchie, wide receiver, Alabama.
All right. Well, there you go. Now you got John Metchie from Alabama, so the counterpart of Jameson Williams, who's been taken here by the Houston Texans. And now this is a great addition for Davis Mills and the company and the rest of that offense there. You still need a running back, man. Still need a running back. So they still got a little bit of work to do. They traded up for John Metchie, so they might have thought like maybe Baltimore, who's going to be picking up here next. Let's go ahead and show you that graphic here. But they might have thought like maybe Baltimore would have been up there, and they might have taken John Metchie, and they really loved Metchie, so they wanted to make sure that they jump him and get him, which makes a lot of sense. Also, I'm looking at other teams out there that could take a wide receiver. The Bears were they're going to be picking in about 4 more picks. So, some teams that they wanted to jump ahead of them. The Saints got their guy in Chris Olave. But let's go ahead and show you the updated draft order right here. So Wan'Dale Robinson, John Metchie, 2 back-to-back wide receivers being taken by the Giants and the Texans, respectively. We've got the Ravens, the Lions, the Washington Commanders, the Chicago Bears coming up here in the next 4 picks. John Metchie, new addition for the Houston Texans. Okay, so the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock. Now, they should have, I don't want to say should have, but they made some moves in round 1. They traded away Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals. They got the number 23 pick. They also had the number 20. No, they had the number 14 pick, and then they traded that, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me see. I don't want to misquote you guys. Yeah, okay. No, they got Kyle Hamilton with a number 14 pick. It's hard to keep up with these trades. And then they had the number 23 pick from the Arizona Cardinals, and then they traded that to the Buffalo Bills, and they traded out of the first round. Or they traded back a couple spots to get Tyler Linderbaum. That's what it was. Okay, sorry. And now the second round, they're looking to pick. You got to go corner, man. I mean, you got your secondary help in Kyle Hamilton, sure, but you also need a center, or you need an offensive lineman on top of a center, sure. Tackle is a need. You could go defensive tackle. Travis Jones is still up there. An edge rusher, sure. But, I mean, corner is the biggest need, and it goes back to that division, man. Amari Cooper and Deshaun Watson are the new additions to that, so it's going to be making a huge impact there. But Jamar Chase is the newest addition on top of Joe Burrow as well in the last year. That's going to be quite difficult to stop by the Ravens secondary. So let's see if it is going to be a cornerback. ESPN is showing David Ojabo, actually, in his home in Houston, Texas. So let's see if Ojabo could be the pick. They do need an edge help. But the funny thing about Ojabo is okay, hold on. They're on the phone right now. And Ojabo was not on the phone when we showed him, as you could see him in the back on the TV. So it's not going to be Ojabo. Let's see who it is. But Ojabo he tore his Achilles at his pro day, and he could be missing 2022, but he could be back as early as week 1. We just don't know. And with the torn Achilles, like, you lose a step. You're just not the same player. I get it. But Ojabo would be a good addition for any team beyond 2022. So a player that I would really look out for here for the Baltimore Ravens would be either a cornerback or maybe even Travis Jones at a defensive tackle. Let's see what the pick is going to be here for the Baltimore Ravens. Matt Stover, the former kicker.
To NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo, linebacker, Michigan.
Okay, well.
Congratulations.
All right.
You have to feel.
All right, Ojabo is the new addition. Okay, maybe it was just some sort of delay, but I saw someone on the phone talking. Maybe they just weren't talking to David Ojabo, but as you can see him celebrating right there, that is such a cool moment to see him with friends and family celebrating. But David Ojabo is now the next pick of the Baltimore Ravens, and the edge rusher from Michigan, like we mentioned, could be gone as late as 2022. The entire season could be gone, or could be back as early as 2022, week 1. We still don't know. Still recovering, but he's someone that could have been a top 10 pick in this draft. I don't doubt that at all. And now he is going to go to the Baltimore Ravens, and they need that edge help. In our mock draft, we actually had them trading up. If Kayvon Thibodeau fell to number 6, we had the Ravens trading up to number 6. Panthers trading back, acquiring more second and third round picks. Ravens trading up and getting their guy. But it seems like it's not going to be happening, and they get David Ojabo, which is not that bad of a consolation prize either. So, yeah, I think the Baltimore Ravens are happy with that. Now we've got the Detroit Lions on the clock here at number 46. So let's go here to Detroit and see who they're going to be selecting with their pick. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you guys grab some food, kick it back, and watch this NFL Draft live stream. We got you guys commenting as well, so let's go ahead and read off some comments. That's a great pick for the Texans. If I remember correctly, Scott Pioli said that Metchie was a can't-miss prospect. Injury concerns are there, but if Metchie heals properly, he could be a star. I do agree with you. I think Metchie is a very good talent, and that I'm looking more in the perspective of positions. Like, are you hitting these positions? Because college scouts can say their own thing, like who's better than who, or pro scouts. But to me, if you're picking... Is that Keegan Mike-Akio that's making the Detroit Lions pick? Let's check in real quick, and then I'll get back to my thought.
With the 46th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Josh Paschal, defensive end, University of Kentucky.
All right, so there we go. That is a player that wasn't ranked pretty high up in like a top 5, top 10 kind of rankings as far as defensive ends go in this NFL draft. But with them getting Paschal from Kentucky, I think this does help the needs for the Detroit Lions. And like I was mentioning earlier with my thought, pro scouts, they say their own thing. Draft analysts like Daniel Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks, Mel Kiper, they can say like who's better than who. I'm looking more in the sense of, okay, I trust you guys. I trust your vision. I don't know too much about college football. I trust you guys and your analysis. You know a lot more than I do. I'm looking in the perspective of, are you just hitting those positions? So if you say that this is the best wide receiver left in the draft and you take that best wide receiver and you need a wide receiver, I'm saying that's a good pick. And for the Detroit Lions, I don't know anything about Paschal. I don't know if he's going to be a good defensive end. I don't know. I just heard that he's not going to be in the top 10 as far as defensive end rankings go. Pre-draft rankings were. So, but if you believe that he is the best pick, best choice for the Lions, sure. And this is interesting to see as they pair him up with Aiden Hutchinson on the opposite side. And that makes a little bit of sense, because they did lose Trey Flowers. So they do need some pass rush help to really help out that defense. That was really a weak point for the Detroit Lions offense, or Detroit Lions team in general, because that offense, I think it's safe to say that the Lions offense is good at this point. Let's go ahead and show you the Commanders graphic here as they're picking up, or the pick is in actually, so we'll get to them in just a sec. But the Lions, think about the offense that the Lions have. They have Jared Goff at quarterback. You could say, okay, well, this is weak. We're off to a weak start. Hold on. Let's read off more. DeAndre Swift, Jamal Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, DJ Chark, TJ Hawkinson, Penei Sewell, Frank Ragnow. I'm just saying, like the Detroit Lions offense is looking pretty freaking good. The only weak point you could say is Jared Goff, but Jared, like, you have no excuse left. You got no excuse. You got your guys. I'm pretty sure they wanted Wan'Dale Robinson as well. They were rumored to be interested in him. Chris Hurley saying, Willis, no, Paschal. Yeah, what do you think of Christian Watson to the Packers? Man, I like it. I like it a lot. I think in our mock draft 1.0 we did with our draft analyst, Michael Watson, he actually had Christian Watson going in the first round, number 26, to the Tennessee Titans. So he's a first-round talent, right? So he could have fallen from the first round at the Packers. And I like it, man. I in my personal mock draft, I had them trading up. Like, it could have been both of their first-round picks, but them trading up to get Jameson Williams. And then at the end of the day, they could have gotten, Jameson Williams and a second-round pick for Devontae Adams. But if we want to unpack Devontae Adams, this trade, this is what happened for the Green Bay Packers with this trade. So the Packers, at the end of the day, they traded a Devontae Adams for Quay Walker and Christian Watson. Because they picked with the Raiders picks, those guys, or at least they used their picks to trade up. Yes. So if you want to look at that perspective, they traded away Devontae Adams for Christian Watson and Quay Walker. You make your own judgment if you feel like that's a good trade or not. Kicks Plug saying, WTF Lions. Yeah, you had Malik Willis right there. What is going on with freaking Malik Willis? I'm not on Twitter right now, but if anyone's on Twitter, go over there, search Malik Willis, look for that video where he's smoking a bong with a gas mask on or something, where he slept with 32 different general managers' wives. I don't know. Look it up. Let me know what the news is on Malik Willis, because I have no freaking idea what's going on. Why is Malik Willis still available? Hey, not at all that they show Malik Willis in this draft. Is he even there for day 2, or was he like, nah, I'm just going to dip. I'm going back to Roswell, Georgia. I don't know. as we've got the first-round picks right here making the Subway suit debut. All right, that's pretty cool. Chris, you're also saying hope Seattle trade up and take Willis, but they won't because they had back-to-back picks and didn't pick him. Yeah, they must love Drew Lock. That must be it. We've actually got someone here making the pick for the Commanders. This is the legend himself, Santanamos. Oh, no, that's Antoine Randall. Antoine Randall, University.
With the 47th pick of the 2022 draft, the Washington Commanders select Phidarian Mathis, D-tackle, Alabama.
Well, here you go. Hey, Phidarian Mathis might have taken the same kind of approach as maybe someone like Derek Stingley, where, okay, like, sometimes he had a very, very good season and looked like he could have been like a first-round pick. And then maybe there's other times when it's like, okay, you're falling a little bit outside of the first-round pick. The Texans picked up on it that, hey, Stingley is a very good corner. We're picking him number 3 overall. We don't care what anybody else says. Phidarian Mathis, I would assume that, like, if he was getting drafted last year, I would argue that he might have been a first-round pick. So for him to be a defensive tackle that is taken inside of the second round, I like the pick for the Commanders as well. Golly, man, look at that defensive line of the Commanders. You got Chase Young. You've got who else do you have? You have Jonathan Allen as well, Montez Sweat. There's another guy as well I'm missing that's defensive tackle. Maybe, but they're Deron Payne, that's who it is. Like, they're all freaking studs. And now this is going to be what? A rotational piece for one of them? Like, did they lose any one of those guys? I don't think they did. I don't think so. Like, if we look at the Commanders' losses, I mean, they lost Matt Ioannidis. I mean, okay, rotational piece coming in for the defensive tackle. Hey, you could have definitely taken Malik Willis. Are people believers in Carson Wentz? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just update you on what's going on here with the NFL draft. So let's switch it over to the computer and show you. Now you've got the Bears on the clock, the Saints and the Chiefs and the Eagles are all coming up. Phidarian Mathis from Alabama being taken. Paschal from Kentucky, and then Ojabo were the most recent picks here. But yeah, that's what's going on. They found out that he has real small hands. Chris, you're talking about Drew Lock? Oh, you're talking about Malik Willis. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, the measurements that they took at the combine, they realized it was false. Like, he had prosthetic hands. So yeah, they just found out that he has small hands. I believe that. Who do you think is picking Skyy Moore? Well, let's take a look, man. There are some wide receiver teams out there, or wide receiver needy teams, and it could be the Chicago Bears, which the pick is in. So Skyy Moore, very talented player, and it could be taken here. Alec Pierce as well from Cincinnati. Some people were talking about him being like, okay, he's rated as a 3rd-round pick, but he could be a little bit higher than that. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm out of water. That's where you prepare for a 4-hour live stream with a different bottle of water. And if at any point I'm going to get up, get more water, I'm going to do it. Why not? All right, so we got a Bears fan coming out with his Devin Hester jersey. And let's see. Oh, I didn't even put the graphic up for the Chicago Bears. My mistake. Here we go. Let's see who they're picking.
With the 48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back, Penn State.
Oh, all right. So Brisker, some people talked about that. He could have been the 2nd best safety in this class, right after Kyle Hamilton. But Dax Hill was the guy that was taken. So Brisker falls outside of the 1st round and gets taken by the Chicago Bears. Hey, listen, they do need that safety help. They really do. And this could be good for the Chicago Bears defense. Now, was it the most dire need? No, it wasn't for the Chicago Bears. But they're okay with taking the safety from Penn State, who is talented as heck. If you guys are watching ESPN right now, you can see a little bit of his highlight reel. He just has a really good, really good vision, really good communication skills as well. can read plays, and Jaquan Brisker is now going to be the newest member of the Chicago Bears. So Brisker to the Bears. Now, next up, we've got the New Orleans Saints, who, to recap, their night one was absolutely great. I mean, if you want to talk about top 5 teams that won in round one, in day one, I'm going to put the New Orleans Saints up there. I would really do that. The New York Jets, obviously, I think that's a given, but it's got it. I mean, the Saints would be up there as well after Trevor Penning, after Chris Olave. All those guys were taken. Now we got Desmond Ridder being shown on the screen. You've also got Sam Howell looking pretty disappointed with his RBF. Can't really tell us what's going on in his face. But yeah, him and his family and his significant others are celebrating. I should say significant other, not plural. That would be bad news. Sam, I'm not trying to rat you out if it is. But Chris, you're saying Bears should have drafted a kicker. Willis to the Saints. The Bears should have. Who's the best kicker in this class? Cade York. It's Cade York. Definitely Cade York. All right, well, they're taking a little bit of a break real quick. Listen, if you guys missed the intro of the show, we came out with a pretty dope song, or pretty dope intro, and that was by the band Memphis Day Fire. So if you haven't heard of them and you want to go back and watch that intro, I encourage you guys to go back to the beginning of this video. After the countdown, you can listen to that. But we want to go ahead and give a special shout-out to our friends over at Memphis Day Fire for their song, Somebody, the official song of our NFL draft coverage for day 1 and day 2, rounds 1 through 3. This band rocks, man. This song is awesome as well. So make sure you guys check them out. Available now on Spotify and iTunes. Gotta love it. NFL draft is continuing to move forward as the Saints are on the clock. 2 minutes and 20 seconds and counting left in this pick. And again, I encourage you guys to continue to leave your comments down below. Will Christian Kirk be a top 10 wide receiver this year? I'm going to say no. Okay, so Christian Kirk is wide receiver 1. Zay Jones is wide receiver 2. Laviska Shenault, Marvin Jones. Honestly, those names, I like them. I like them. I like the talent of the Jaguars wide receiver crew. I just think it's like a hodgepodge, just wide receiver. Like what? Theo Ash, if you guys are familiar with TikTok and Twitter and know everything about NFL, I guess, influencers, Theo Ash is a very knowledgeable guy. He has actually come on to the show as well, and we've had the chance to have him on for a segment and talk about the Panthers. But for the wide receiver crew for the Jacksonville Jaguars, I mean, he made a very good point about what's the difference between Christian Kirk and Marvin Jones. What can Christian Kirk do that Marvin Jones can't? And I would assume that maybe even Marvin Jones might be a little bit better as far as sideline, playing along the sidelines. He has a very good feet, good awareness of where the out of bounds is. So I'm going to say no, man. I am a believer in Trevor Lawrence. I hope he does succeed, but I don't think he's going to be top 10. I don't. And again, we're going to come out with our projections later on in this throughout the offseason, which, by the way, if you haven't already subscribed and you're a fantasy football fan, YouTube is just the algorithm is messing everybody up. We're getting less and less views because if we don't post fantasy football, no one's watching it. And that we don't want that to be our intention. We do a little bit of both fantasy football and just regular NFL draft coverage and whatever is going on like this. So if you're a football fan, if you're a fantasy football fan and you're watching this live stream, we did come out with a new channel. It's called T2F Fantasy Football. We haven't been posting on there because of the draft, the craziness of that. But if you want to go check that out, just search T, the number 2, the letter F, just like the logo. Fantasy Football. You'll find it. Just subscribe, and we'll come out with more content throughout the offseason. We're going to keep you updated on our projections and let you know on who's going to be top 10 wide receivers and things of that nature. So make sure you guys subscribe to that. Chris, you also mentioned Travis Etienne as a pass catcher. Yeah. So we'll see if that happens. Who will Lamar throw to aside from big man M.A.? Oh, Mark Andrews. Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman is also the choice. They released Miles Boykin. They got rid of Sammy Watkins. So I don't know. Yeah, Sammy Watkins in Green Bay. Christian Watson and Sammy Watkins. And then Robert Tonyan resigns. Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon. That's not bad. We've got Cameron Jordan actually coming up onto the stage, about to make the pick for the New Orleans Saints. Our buddy Sean Landry, who tunes into the show and actually sometimes appears on the show as a guest host, he is ecstatic about the Saints selections. So let's see what he's saying right here.
The New Orleans Saints select Alontae Taylor, defensive back, Tennessee. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Alontae Taylor is going to be the defensive back for the New Orleans Saints. They somewhat needed a defensive back. We assumed that maybe it could have been a safety. And, okay, he has a safety. All right, that's a good pick. I was assuming that maybe like he was a cornerback. No, he's a safety. So great pick by the Saints. Like they're filling all the holes that they need to make a run after the Super Bowl. So if you see on the screen right here, wide receiver Chris Olave, they filled that. Team needs. Offensive tackle, they filled that. Trevor Penning. Safety, they filled that. Alontae Taylor. Hey, what's your next position you need to fill? Quarterback? And you don't really necessarily need a quarterback to make a run this season at least, unless you don't really believe that Jameis Winston is the guy. Then sure, get a quarterback. But like as far as dire needs that they need to hit, the Saints have done a very, very good job of doing just that. So that leads us to the Chiefs now being the next pick here for the NFL draft here in round 2. So we have already gotten down to pick 50. Let's see. Let me pull up the Chiefs graphic right here. Okay. And let's update you guys on the draft and let you guys know what is going on. So Jaquan Brisker and Alontae Taylor were the 2 recent picks. Okay, so here's the thing. On ESPN, on the draft, they labeled Alontae Taylor as a cornerback. That's what I thought. When I was doing research, he was a cornerback. But on the draft, on the broadcast, they said he was a safety. So that's interesting. This reminds me a little bit of the New England Patriots back when they drafted, I believe it was it Shaq Mason or Isaiah Wynn? It was Isaiah Wynn. They drafted him, and the commissioner announced that Isaiah Wynn was a guard when he was a tackle. So, I don't know. They said safety, and they announced it as defensive back. Like, okay, whatever. Like, you do your thing. So, they might play Alontae Taylor at safety. It says right here cornerback, but I don't know. So, you're saying Skyy Moore to the Chiefs. Let's go. Trade? Oh, yes, you're a little bit ahead of me. We've got the Patriots up here. Oh, my gosh. You look good old Matt Patricia chewing his pencils that he puts behind his ears. Yeah, okay, so the Patriots are now on the clock. We've got a trade. Trade happening. What is happening with the New England Patriots? Hey. Strange. Cole Strange. Is this going to be another Cole Strange moment? We have to wait and see. So let me go ahead and update that graphic for you guys that the Patriots are now on the clock. Here we are. The Patriots. Patriots. All right. Patriots are on the clock. Pick is in. We are waiting to see what is happening with them. Right. So you believe it is Skyy Moore. You're also saying Pickens. I don't know what the Pickens is going to be, but you want it to be a wide receiver. I know that wide receiver was one of the dire needs if you were in the first round, but hear me out. Nakobe Dean. Am I crazy? Hey, am I crazy? or just Nakobe Dean make sense? Who's it going to be? Listen, they traded for Devontae Parker. So that tells me you're okay with waiting till maybe the third round if you need to. I mean, I would have been okay waiting till the second. I would have gotten a wide receiver in the second and gotten a linebacker in the first. But that didn't happen. They decided to go in the direction of Cole Strange, which Bill Belichick sees something that we're missing. And so, whatever. Like, I'm rooting for the guy. I think all of America is rooting for Cole Strange. So, yes, you do need a wide receiver, but, like, I'd go Nakobe Dean, man. I'm going Nakobe Dean. Chris, you're saying my fantasy mind wants wide receivers. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. But, hey, is any wide receiver on the Patriots worthy of, like, being on your fantasy football team? Like, just think about it. Unless you're, like, in a 12-team league or higher, sure. But, like, 10-man league, 8-man league, like, do you really trust, like, maybe Devontae Parker? But other than that, everybody else is kind of, like, inconsistent. And I don't know. But they need wide receiver, they need guard, they need defensive end, and they need cornerback. They need linebacker. I don't know why ESPN is not showing that. Like, they need linebacker. Devin Lloyd was just tied to the Patriots for the longest time. Devin Lloyd was available at number 21, but they decided to trade down. Nakobe Dean, who people label as the second best linebacker in this class, is still up there. You lost Kyle Van Noy. You released him. Jamie Collins is gone. Dante Hightower is gone. I might be missing something here. I don't know. I'm going in the direction of linebacker. We're just going to have to wait and see. Here we go. What is the pick? We got a throwback coming up here on the screen. Lawrence Guy.
Today is World Wish Day. The anniversary is the wish that inspired the creation of Make-A-Wish.
Oh, no.
Joining me today to announce the New England.
Oh, my gosh. I really hate doing this, man. I did this during the Giants pick when there was a Make-A-Wish kid on there, and I have to cut it off because
the draft pick.
I don't want to get copyrighted, so I can't show, like, the draft consecutively, like, for more than 7 seconds or so. Otherwise, like, YouTube will pick it up in their system. So I feel bad cutting off a Make-A-Wish kid and, like, talking about the feel-good story. JoJo on yesterday's live show made sure I felt bad about it. But I'm just waiting for him to announce the pick. All right, here we go.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 50th pick to the New England Patriots.
All right.
With the 50th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
who we got?
The 6-time Super Bowl champion.
Oh, there he goes. Again, I got to cut it off real quick. I got to cut it off so that YouTube system doesn't pick it up.
Select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver, Baylor.
So they go out and they get the weapon from Baylor.
Hey, if you're a Patriots fan, are you like, what the hell is going on? Huh. Okay. Hey, maybe he meshes with the system of the Patriots offense. But as far as top receivers go, Chris in the chat, you're nailing it. Skyy Moore is up there. Pickens is up there. Okay. All right. Tyquan Thornton from Baylor. The 6'2 wide receiver is going to be the next pick for the New England Patriots, and they help out their offense, we assume, with that selection. So with the Patriots now selecting, we now have the Eagles on the clock, and they address their need at defensive tackle, and they could also use a little bit more help here. They got their wide receiver, so ignore the wide receiver asset there. They could use an additional one, but I think with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, they're completely fine. So let's see what direction the Eagles go. But man, the Patriots, what is going on with the Patriots? They select spoiler. Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me in this live stream. That's perfectly fine. Thornton, a speedster. Okay, maybe they just wanted a little bit more speed. Look at that, man. Look at that. Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see, man. I'm rooting for all of these guys because they're like 3rd round, 4th round picks, whatever. I'm rooting for them. I really am. We were assuming that maybe they were onto something, but yeah, Nakobe Dean is not going to be taken. Well, listen here. The Eagles linebacker, sure, like you can pass up on that. You don't really need it, but you could use linebacker. You really could. You could use Nakobe Dean to mix in there with Kaiser White, I believe, is one of the linebackers there. And so, like, you need like good rotational pieces. Nakobe could be that future leader and could get a few Pro Bowls in the NFL. So let's see if the Eagles do pick him because the pick is in. N'Keal Harry. I don't know why you mentioned N'Keal Harry in the comment section. Maybe they traded him away or just wanted to go ahead and mention like how they draft scrubs. Well, Mac Jones, man, ended up being one of the better picks. Was he the best rookie quarterback from last year? Debatable. Could have been. So we are officially on Malik Willis. Well, we have been on Malik Willis watch. But let me show you the picks right now of what's going on. So Jaquan Brisker, Alontae Taylor, now Tyquan Thornton, taken by the New England Patriots. Eagles, Steelers, Colts, Chiefs, Cardinals. These are teams that are all coming up. The Steelers got their guy in Kenny Pickett. They don't need Malik Willis, Matt Corral, any of these guys. Eagles, they believe in Jalen Hurts. They're okay. They don't need them. If anyone does fall to the 3rd round, then I would see the Eagles considering picking a quarterback. The Colts don't need a quarterback. The Chiefs don't need a quarterback. Cardinals, as of right now, they don't need a quarterback. Let's not get too happy. Don't start thinking of weird scenarios. I mean, I'm looking at the Falcons at 58 seem to be the Falcons at 58 seem to be the best team for Malik Willis out of all the teams coming up. If you missed about an hour ago, was it? Wow, we've been streaming for a very long time. But if you missed like an hour ago when we missed out on Malik Willis, my reaction. Anyways, whatever. You can go back and watch that. But golly, dude, if the Falcons can pull this off to where Malik Willis falls to 58, would be incredible. We still need a running back. Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, those guys are gone. Who are we going to get? I don't know. We'll see. Yes, Chris, you with me, man? Falcons for Willis. Hey, by the way, why is Chris the only one that's interactive in this chat? You guys go ahead and comment down below as well. Make sure we have a lot more interactive guys on here. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. Whoop. Heard that. I disconnected from Discord just because it's a little bit too much to keep up with. But let's see what the pick is for the Philadelphia Eagles as they are selecting here. And we've got some special guests up here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 51st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cam Jurgens, center, Nebraska.
Okay. Listen, that's not a bad pick. That was Carly Lloyd. Didn't she kick like that 50-yard field goal or something like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. But, yeah, so she made the announcement that Cam Jurgens is now going to be an official Philadelphia Eagle. Now, I like this pick a lot because one of the guys that I had Tyler Linderbaum falling to were the Philadelphia Eagles. The Bengals were in consideration. The Ravens eventually got him as well. But I consider the Eagles getting a center because of the questions that's revolving around Jason Kelce. We don't know what his future is going to be looking like. We don't know how long he's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. We don't know when he's going to be retiring. He's got his Super Bowl already. It could be very soon that you could see Jason Kelce calling it quits here for the Philadelphia Eagles and his NFL career. So we didn't expect too much out of Kelce for much longer. But if you can look at the Eagles' picks so far, Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens, it's a pretty solid draft for the Eagles. I wouldn't say that's a pretty bad draft at all. Now you've got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock who have Kenny Pickett. We've got people in the in the comments saying Steelers Willis, LOL, and also no, you're saying Skyy Moore. Okay, we've got Chase Claypool. Hey, controversial figure.
Appreciate you. What it do, baby?
All right.
Is that the Browns?
Oh my gosh.
In the
All right, here we go.
2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select George Pickens, Georgia. Welcome to the family.
Are you kidding me? Like, the Pittsburgh Steelers offense right now from this draft is looking incredible. George Pickens is the latest offensive weapon to be drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, you look at the Kenny Pickett pick that they make, and then you look at the wide receiver help that they get after losing Juju Smith-Schuster to the Kansas City Chiefs. Acquired Miles Boykins, sure, but Chase Claypool make the announcement that his counterpart, who's going to be joining him in the wide receiver room, is going to be George Pickens, the downfield, amazing wide receiver for the Georgia Bulldogs. And I'm just watching these highlights right now, and I am just enamored by George Pickens and the highlights that he has for Georgia. And listen, I'm a Georgia fan, so I watched a lot of George Pickens, and look at the separation that he got. That was the national championship. Hey, that pass, that reception right there actually won me $50. So I'm actually very excited about that. Like, he needed, what was it, like over 36 yards or however long that reception was, like over 36 and a half yards, and he got 37 or whatever it was on that reception. That reception won me a lot of money. So George Pickens, man, he solid. Now, he was dealing with some injury issues, but I think they're fine with that. As we got Anthony Costanzo for the Colts.
The Indianapolis Colts select Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati.
All right, Lewis.
Well, there you go. Another wide receiver is up off the board. And sorry, I didn't put up the graphic there real quick, but let's go ahead and pull up the Chiefs graphic because they are now on the clock. But that was pretty quick if you guys missed it. Alec Pierce is now being drafted by the Indianapolis Colts. So they get their wide receiver help after T.Y. Hilton is not being re-signed. And looks like they're comparing him to Jordy Nelson, being known as like a downfield threat. So that'd be a good addition for the Indianapolis Colts and Matt Ryan in that offense. They need some help. Michael Pittman, I like him, but can he really truly be that wide receiver one? He was drafted in the second round not too long ago, a couple years ago. Alec Pierce is going to be a very good asset for them. He's a very good, tall, lanky receiver, and he's going to be making his debut as an Indianapolis Colts. Now we've got the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock. They selected Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. Let's actually show you this comparison that they're putting up between Alec Pierce and Jordy Nelson. Okay, right around the same heights, right around the same weights. And Pierce, you could just say, is just a faster version of Jordy Nelson, which is pretty good. So the Chiefs have acquired a lot of different pieces. You could say they need a wide receiver here. So is it going to be Skyy Moore that gets drafted? Because they went defensive heavy. Now, is this the point where you get a wide receiver? His quarterback from college, Desmond Ridder, is celebrating the pick for Cincinnati. And the next best available player is Malik Willis, but also Nakobe Dean. I don't think you really need a linebacker here. I guess you could go down the direction of maybe getting a wide receiver, and Skyy Moore, I would say, is still up there and could be the next best available receiver. Let's go ahead and update you on the draft here. Cam Jurgens from Nebraska taken by the Philadelphia Eagles. George Pickens I love that pick, man. I really, really love that pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Alec Pierce by the Indianapolis Colts. So coming up And again, we're on Malik Willis watch. We've got Cardinals. Listen, Falcons, dude. The Falcons can land Malik Willis. Because if it's not the Falcons, the Minnesota Vikings are in play. The Buccaneers are in play. The 49, yeah, okay. So just in the second round, if nobody trades in or out, it's the Falcons, the Vikings, and the Buccaneers. These 3 picks right here, I expect Malik Willis to be gone by then. And if it's not Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, some of those guys. You know, it's funny because Jordan Schultz, very talented guy. Like, he's an NFL insider, and he used to work for ESPN, but now he's kind of an independent guy. Like, he is someone that I dreamed of being, hopefully one day. He has a lot of NFL sources, and he said, like, I would be surprised if Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis fall outside of the top 10. And it happened. So, I mean, still a very respectable guy. Like, I'm not knocking him for that, but, like, for him to say that and for it to not happen, it's crazy to think. Chiefs got their guy, 100%. I know the future. Yeah. So who the Falcons taking at number 58, man? Is it going to be Malik Willis? Let me know. For my sake, man, I am freaking upset about this, how they did not pick him. And now it ended up being a good decision. It ended up being a good decision. The Falcons are like, dude, we're here. I'm playing Madden franchise mode, and I'm in the draft. I'm going to pause the pick because I need to think about it for like 5 years. I'm going to pause the pick. Do I want to take this player, or can I wait 20 spots for this player to fall? I'm going to take the risk. And then you show up 20 spots later, simulates all the other picks, show up. Yeah, this player's still available. You ever play franchise mode and draft and do that? This happened to me before. I just want Malik Willis, man. Like, I like Marcus Mariota. I do. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's focus. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's see who they're going to pick here. And I believe that our draft, our stream, by the way, is about 10 seconds delayed, 15 seconds or so. So the stream is delayed, but we are getting the info as it is live. So let's go ahead and see what the announcement is going to be. And this is by Kansas City Chiefs legend Tony Gonzalez. I'm Tony Gonzalez, University of California.
Good time. Viva Las Vegas.
He was also up there for the Falcons, wasn't he? No. He was up there for the Falcons.
Pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Skyy with 2 Ys. Moore. Skyy Moore, wide receiver, Western Michigan.
I love that, man. Skyy Moore is the latest person that's getting drafted. The latest wide receiver, as wide receivers are just going off the board like it's nothing. The Kansas City Chiefs added Marquez Valdes-Scantling. They added Juju Smith-Schuster, but they felt like that was not enough. They need to add more. And Skyy Moore now is going to be going to Kansas City to play with Patrick Mahomes. Oh my gosh, him, his agent, all these guys excited that this is happening. Western Michigan wide receiver Skyy Moore. I don't know if he's going to be donning the number 24. It looks a little bit like a defensive back, but he could be. I like it. I like it. Chiefs, really good job. Really good job addressing your defense, getting the cornerback, getting an edge rush. Now getting Skyy Moore, getting a wide receiver. Lost Tyreek Hill. But, I mean, you guys seem to be redeeming yourself with that trade. So it ended up, hey, I mean, it's not a bad trade or not a bad draft so far by the Kansas City Chiefs. I like it a lot. All right. So now we've got the interesting Arizona Cardinals up on the clock. So this is interesting. To recap, they had the number 23 pick. They traded that away for Marquise Brown. We got a selfie going on here. I don't know who this is by. Is it Anus? I said Anus. Anus. I don't even know how to pronounce it.
With the 55th pick
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey McBride, tight end, Colorado State. Let's go!
And there you have it. The first tight end that's taken off the board is actually Trey McBride. He was the consensus #1 tight end. And, you know, some people linked him to maybe the Cincinnati Bengals and all those other teams. But we have Trey McBride actually celebrating with his family. And now he's going to be the next Arizona Cardinal. Is that his twin brother? They look very much alike. Oh, my gosh. He's got another one. They're triplets, dude. They're triplets. Has to be. Anyways, Trey McBride, tight end, Western Michigan. So, he is being taken here. Oh, actually, I might have messed up here. He did not play at Western Michigan. That's my fault. I messed up right there. So ignore that. Let me actually take down the graphic so it's not up there too long. He played at Colorado State. I was editing that and still remaining up there from Skyy Moore's pick. But the Arizona Cardinals are now off the clock, and now it's the Dallas Cowboys who did the smart thing. Thank you, Jerry Jones, for not messing it up. You got an offensive lineman. You got Tyler Smith, who could play guard, who could play tackle to replace Connor Williams and Lael Collins. And now you can go down the route of, okay, let's look at edge rushers, who's still available. Do we need another offensive lineman? Because we could play Tyler Smith at guard, and then maybe we could take Bernard Raymond at offensive tackle. I'm just looking at some of the best available players here. Yeah, you've got quite a few people that's left. If I can pull it up. PFF. I'm just so lonely here, dude. Wow. Did we just become best friends? Are you my best friend? Yeah, it's okay, man. It's okay. It's a Friday night, and you're just like me, man. You just have nothing else to do, so you just watch an NFL draft. On a Friday night, you just announce someone going up on stage and reading off names, and that brings you so much excitement. It brings me a lot of excitement, so that's why I'm doing this. So I know that viewership, it might be a little bit more, it might be down because it's, not the most ideal time. But that's okay, man. It's all good. Now, and we got the commissioner coming up, making the official selection for the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys fans, let me hear you. Cowboys fans are just so fun to play around with. Let's see what the commissioner's going to say right here.
NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Sam Williams, defensive end, Ole Miss.
So they absolutely needed some edge help, and they finally get that with Sam Williams in the second round. They got their offensive linemen, get the other side of the trenches with a defensive end, which is okay. Like, was he the best available defensive end or edge help? Some people might even say like Nick Bonito. I'm just looking at some of the rankings here, which, by the way, I'll go ahead and pull up the graphic for the Buffalo Bills, who are now on the clock after getting Kaiir Elam in the first round. So just reading off some of the best edge rushers out there. There's also Kingsley Enagbare. Am I pronouncing that correctly? DeMarvin Leal could play defensive tackle, but some people label him as an edge. Okay, so there were a few guys, but let's see who are they labeling him as a linebacker? No, they're saying defensive end. Okay, some people have him as a linebacker. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, they get their edge help. Now the Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and we've got Jerry Jones excited. Oh, nope, that's some woman in a commercial. Skyy. Hey, by the way, let me show you this commercial. Let me show when it shows the name. Skyy. You see that right there? Hey, where do they get these names for these weird, like, male enhancement pills? Have you ever wondered that? Cialis? Skyy. That's not male enhancement, but, like, things like, ask your doctor, blah, 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 blah. Side effects could include death. I'm like, oh, shoot, I don't know if I want to take that. Are these last names of people? Where do they get these names? I don't know. Trade. Hey, I take a shot every time they don't call Willis. Helping your YouTube. Dude, thank you. Thank you. This is how I make my living. You are helping me out a lot. The Buccaneers, okay. Is this Malik Willis? All right, let's show you real quick the NFL draft. Let me go ahead and pull up the graphic for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are now on the clock. We've got... Okay. So the Bills trade down, and now the Bucs are on the clock. Let's show you the updated order. So the Bucs jump the Falcons. Oh no. Is this it? You know that Tom Brady is not playing for a very long time. He gave you a little bit of a scare. You got to prepare for the future. Is this where you had the Buccaneers taking the quarterback from Liberty and Malik Willis? If it happens, man, I'm gonna be so upset knowing that they're in the same division as the Falcons. As a Falcons fan, dude. Oh my gosh. I hope it does not happen. All right, Trey McBride is gone. You need a tight end. Like, O.J. Howard left for the Bills, and Rob Gronkowski, you don't know if he's going to be coming back or not. I mean, you could take, like, oh, gosh, who's the guy from Jelani Woods from Virginia? He's up there as well. Windenmeyer? He's up there as well for tight ends. Some guys that you could pick, but, I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see who the pick is going to be. I'm nervous, man. We are just one pick away from Malik Willis. One pick from Malik Willis from freedom. Guys, fingers crossed. Falcons, don't mess this up. Please be Malik Willis. Buccaneers, do not pick Malik Willis. Let's see what happens. All right, we were waiting for Goodell and them to come up on the stage here in just a bit. But yeah, to recap earlier, the Buccaneers off to a good start. They got Logan Hall at the beginning of the second round. And we've got, is this Titus O'Neil? Aura.
What's up, Vegas?
WWE fans know.
Very happy to be there because today is my birthday.
How old is he, like 43? He might be. All right, what do we got?
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 57th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And with that 57th pick, in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select tackle, Central Michigan, Luke Goedeke.
All right.
Go Bucs.
Hey, you get your help at the offensive line. And I like that pick a lot. Bernard Raymond, I mean, just based off of like mock drafts and things that I've been seeing, like is like the best offensive tackle available. But when you get to like the second, third round and beyond, it just becomes more so about like who do we really think is the best, and it just comes down to like team perspective. Like we like this guy over this guy, so they might have just liked them back more than Bernard Raymond. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. I am going to scream louder than I did if they don't pick the Atlanta. If it's not Malik Willis. And I'm going to cry if it is Malik Willis. Could this happen? Willis to the Falcons. Come on. Come on. We don't want Chris to get alcohol poisoning here. Get Malik Willis into ATL. Come home. You're from Roswell, Georgia, which is just... I almost said 20 minutes away from Atlanta, Georgia, but it's Atlanta traffic, so it's really like 7 hours away from Atlanta. So please, just come home to Roswell. All your friends and your family are going to be there. Come to Atlanta. Come on. This is it. This is it. Malik, come on. Manifesting this, guys. Malik. All right, here we go. Come on. All right, am I... Wait, hold on. So, ESPN... Oh, where's the NFL draft? Where's the NFL draft? Did it cut my feed? They're showing the basketball... They're showing the NFL playoffs. Hold on. Are you kidding me? Wait, hold on. They cut the feed of the ESPN. What happened? I need to know. Is it Malik Willis? Oh my gosh. How can I watch this draft? All right, NFL Network. Here we go. Falcon selection.
The Falcons select Troy Andersen, linebacker, Montana State.
Oh, this is a fun player to study.
So now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock, and we are down to number 59 now, and the pick is in. So, yeah, I had to switch over to NFL Network, by the way. So that's what it was. Yeah, because the NBA playoffs, they have rights. There's some more sports out there. No, actually, NBA is pretty fun. I actually played 2K earlier today. I needed a little bit of a breather. I never play video games, but I was like, you know what? I worked hard yesterday during the draft. Here we go. Minnesota Vikings pick.
Minnesota, what's up? It's an honor to be here, to be honest. It feels like I'm living in a dream. With the 59th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Ed Ingram, guard from LSU.
All right, Ed Ingram.
And he should throw the card.
Hey, is that the other guy that won, like Gable Steveson, that won the wrestling thingy? Olympic guy. I know my stuff. I keep up. Since Pat McAfee was in WrestleMania and all that stuff, dude, I used to be a huge wrestling fan. Like back in the day, in like Ruthless Aggression era, back in 2005. That's when I first started watching it. And then after that, I was like, like kind of went downhill. Like once it went like PG and like CM Punk had his whole pipe bomb thing, and I was like, oh. And then I was like, after that. But I've been keeping it up since Pat McAfee got back into it. I've been keeping it up. All right, Ed Ingram. He's been talked about being linked to the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks loved Ingram so much. They loved Zion Johnson as well, and they loved Charles Cross. They eventually got Charles Cross. Ed Ingram wasn't being talked about being a first-round pick, but going over to the Minnesota Vikings, I think this is a pretty good protection that they need for Kirk Cousins and company. All right, so the Vikings make their selection, and now we've got the Buffalo Bills on the clock after trading with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's just go ahead and update you on the NFL draft and what's been going on here. So going over here to our draft order, we got Sam Williams, Luke Goedeke. Did I pronounce that correctly? I don't know. Ed Ingram to the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, you should be skipping the Bills, man. Yeah, poor half ones, so I don't die. Don't die, man. Don't die. I know that you're alone and lonely, and it's a Friday night, and I know that you're taking shots right now, but I promise you, Malik Willis is not going to be. Hold on. I'm looking at the rest of the second round. Bills, 49. Yeah. Yeah. Holy freaking crap, dude. What is going on? I got to check Twitter, dude. I got to. Hold on. Let me pull up a new tab. Let me check Twitter right now. What do we got? Twitter. Malik Willis. All right, Malik Willis trending. Of course, it's trending. All right, so the only NFL team that Malik Willis follows on Twitter, by the way, is the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, okay, so we got a trade, by the way. Let's go ahead and update that. Whoop. Don't want to show you guys my behind-the-scenes stuff. Secrets. The Bengals. The Bengals have got the selection now. They drafted Dax Hill. And so now the Bengals, they move on up one spot. No, okay. This is very interesting. So they don't lose their other second-round pick. So I'm curious to see what the official trade compensation is. The Bills trade down, and the Bengals they still have 2 second-round picks. So we're going to have to wait and see what that official compensation is. But let's go back here to Malik Willis, man. Malik Willis is experiencing a stupid amount of disrespect. Yes, I agree with you, man. I kind of want the Saints to trade back into the third round to take one of these QBs, and the third I can swallow selecting Malik Willis. Malik Willis. Don't forget that Matt Corral and Malik Willis are in Las Vegas for the NFL draft this weekend. Malik Willis is probably in a plane. Flying back to Gaylanta. Oh, okay. You don't have to go there, man. If he gets drafted, it's a chance he may not be willing to. All right, whatever. Yeah, this is freaking Malik and Nakobe. Where are they? And again, like, we can sit up here and we could say all these things about like what is happening, like why are they falling? But at the end of the day, it comes down to like what NFL teams think. Like NFL GMs know more in like their circle of people than like anybody else does. Like and agents too. Like I'll fill you in. Speaking of the Cincinnati Bengals, La'el Collins. So I'm really close with his agent. I've worked with this agent, which, by the way, if you want to check out the draft prospects that we interviewed, we made features on Joey Blunt and Shamarius Gilmore, who's going to be drafted in day 3. All these guys are. They might be drafted in day 2, but more likely day 3. You could go back to our channel and check that out. But their agent, I worked with those agents. So we've actually made a feature, speaking of the Bengals, on Hakeem Adeniji, who was the starting offensive lineman for the Bengals last year. And so, just having lunch with this agent, he was just telling me this is around the time that La'el Collins, actually a day after, he signed with the Cincinnati Bengals. And he was just telling me, like, all these stories about, like that's not in the media. Like, he was telling me, like, yeah, like, we were hoping, like, we were so close to, like, getting La'el Collins as a Carolina Panther and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, man, that's stuff that you don't hear, like, anywhere else. Like, not even Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter knows this kind of stuff. So, like, there's stuff that NFL GMs and agents and players, they all know that's not being released to the public. And this could be one of those things like, hey, what is going on with freaking Malik Willis and Nakobe Dean? Well, there's something going on. There's something going on. So I'm going to try to update you guys as much as possible on all this. But yeah, this is happening, man. Where is the Seahawks' next pick? Let's check that out, man. Let's check that out. So if we go back here, I believe the third round, where are they at? Round 3. Seahawks' next pick is number 8. Actually, 2 picks over the Atlanta Falcons. Those are 2 teams we're watching, the Seahawks, the Falcons. Where are the Lions at? The Lions don't pick in the 3rd round. Okay, yeah, because they traded that. Or they picked down here, but they traded a 3rd round pick, if I'm not mistaken, to move, maybe it was a 4th round pick, to move up to grab Jameson Williams. But this is what it's looking like right now. We've got the Bengals. Okay, they just didn't update it. So how we mentioned how the Bengals kept their original 2nd round pick, it changed. Like the Bengals moved up a couple spots, the Bills dropped down. We're about to see the official pick here, so let's go ahead and check in with the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right.
Isaac Curtis.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 60th pick to the Cincinnati Bengals.
They sure have.
With the 60th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Cam Taylor-Britt, defensive back, Nebraska.
All right, Cam Taylor-Britt is going to be taken, and they're labeling him as a cornerback here on NFL Network. I don't know if that's the case over on ESPN. Yeah, ESPN has him ranked as a cornerback as well. So let's go ahead and show you the updated draft right here. So Ed Ingram, Cam Taylor-Britt, 49ers, Chiefs, Bills, Broncos. And we are approaching the third round. So might I remind you that Matt Corral and Malik Willis both are here in Las Vegas. So they made the trip out. And at the top of the third round, we actually have the Jacksonville Jaguars picking. We've also got the Vikings, the Giants. The Vikings, again, could be like a surprise team that gets Malik Willis or Matt Corral or whoever it may be. And in the third round, you've got the Seahawks here, 8th pick in the third round. Now, I do see a scenario. Where, we've actually got the 49ers on the clock. So let's go ahead and put them up here real quick, and then we'll go back to you guys. Oh, they're about to go to commercial, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken. I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're showing a recap of Breece Hall getting drafted. Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, the pick is in for the 49ers. We'll get to them once we can. But going back to that draft, going back here to the Seattle Seahawks, listen, this is the thing that I imagine with the Seattle Seahawks. I could see them taking Matt Corral over Malik Willis, and here's the reason why. Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is the perfect example of John Schneider actually taking a quarterback over what other consensus quarterbacks are. So in that 2012 class, he said that it was Andrew Luck and Russell Wilson that had the same grade on their draft board out of all the quarterbacks. So who knows? Josh Schneider might have Matt Corral ranked higher than Malik Willis. Is like, listen, this guy is going to be a stud. It's just his injury that's making him fall. Sure. And if that's the case, then so be it. But it could be that scenario. But I think the Seahawks could go in the direction of Matt Corral. I think in that 2012 draft class, it was Andrew Luck, RG3, Ryan Tannehill, Brandon Whedon, Brock Osweiler, then Russell Wilson in that order, and then Nick Foles. How do I remember that? I don't know. So there were 5 different quarterbacks ranked higher. Like Russell Wilson was the 6th best quarterback, according to a lot of people in that draft class. Josh Schneider had him as the 2nd best quarterback in that class right after Andrew Luck. So it could be the same scenario where Malik Willis is just not ranked as the number 1 QB. It could be Matt Corral. Jimmy or Trey Lance starting next year? Trey Lance. It's Trey Lance. There's no... I think I don't want to say they burnt bridges because Jimmy Garoppolo, he's a professional. But I do think that it's going to be... It's not going to be Jimmy Garoppolo. They've already made their decision. They had a plan in place for the last year that it's Trey Lance. Like, Jimmy G, you got one more year, and then after that, you're gone. It's going to be Trey Lance moving forward. Where the heck is my water? All right. From all that screaming that I did, getting up to the camera. I don't understand what's going on, man. What's up with my Falcons? The pick is in for the 49ers. So we'll see. I look at the New York Jets, what they tweeted. 2 Michael Carters, 2 Wilsons, and now we got Breece Hall and Breece Hall. Yeah, it's a little confusing, isn't it? Too much to think of. Well, they're just taking their sweet time here at the San Francisco 49ers. We're approaching the end of the second round, which, by the way, if you guys stayed around for this long, I appreciate you guys doing that. Is that who's coming up here to make the selection? It is 49ers. Eric Armstead, that's who it is. I thought
with
the
61st pick.
Oh, maybe he's still on the team.
2022 NFL Draft.
That was Arden Taylor.
The San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC.
All right.
Welcome to the squad, bro.
Welcome to the squad. Yes, sir, indeed. Drake Jackson has been taken. Showing you an update on the draft order now. We've got the Kansas City Chiefs coming up here. And to close out the second round, it is the Chiefs, the Bills, and then the AFC West improved. Two teams that heavily improved in the AFC West, the Chiefs and the Broncos. They're going to be picking here as the second round is coming to an end. But again, we're staying with you throughout the second and the third round. Just cause, man. Just cause. So if you guys at any point feel like you want to dip, go ahead and dip if you guys want to. If you guys want to stay for the whole thing, hey, go for it, man. I appreciate you tuning in and commenting down below and let us know your thoughts. So we've got the Kansas City Chiefs coming up here, and they're now officially on the clock. Let's see who they decide to pick. Kind of upset that they went down the route of playing that NBA playoff game, but I understand. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Round 2, pick number 62 overall. Whoops. We'll go ahead back right here. And we're about to have a selection right now. So wasting little to no time here for the Kansas City Chiefs. Coming up to this is Baron Corbin. What is this, WWE Day? He used to play for the Kansas City Chiefs, if I'm not mistaken.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Bryan Cook, DB out of Cincinnati. Let's go, KC!
KC's really addressing
So they got their Titus O'Neil coming out, Gable Steveson, and now Baron Corbin. What kind of deal did they make with WWE for these guest speakers to come out and announce the picks? Well, whatever. It'd be an honor to have my name called by Baron Corbin. Is it Baron Corbin or Happy Corbin? I don't know, man. It's hard to keep up nowadays. Bryan Cook, the safety. And this is, okay, they wanted Jalen Pitre. That was their number one guy that they were targeting. The rumors were saying that they were targeting Jalen Pitre. They pass up on potentially Dax Hill at number 30 to get George Karlaftis. Good pick. And then they pass up on a safety earlier, or they traded back, and now they finally got their safety in Bryan Cook. So I like it. I like it. So the draft so far for the Kansas City Chiefs is George Karlaftis, Skyy Moore, and Bryan Cook. So now we've got the Buffalo Bills who traded down with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are selecting with the second to last pick in the second round. Their draft so far, they got Kaiir Elam after trading up from number 25 to number 23 with the Baltimore Ravens. They wanted a defensive back, and they felt like they would not get Kaiir Elam if he fell or if by the time 25 reached, so they wanted to trade up and make sure that they got him. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and their pick is officially in, by the way. Chris Hurley saying, you're good at commentary. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm scrolling back on these chats, man. You are the number one Time to Football fan. Usually the chats does not look like this, where it's just like one guy continuously chatting. But I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you hanging out. So I don't know whether you were subscribed to this channel this whole time or whether you just found me just now, just search NFL Draft. But I appreciate that, man. Remember Matt Flynn? I do. The 6 touchdown game that he had against Matthew Stafford in the snow, and then the 3 touchdown, 1 interception game that he had against the New England Patriots on Sunday Night Football when Dan Connolly, that offensive lineman for the New England Patriots, ran back a kick return and almost got a touchdown. I remember that. Yeah, Matt Flynn. What a guy. He was slated to be the starter for the Seattle Seahawks in 2012, and then he just got outplayed in the preseason by Russell Wilson. I've been most other fantasy pages. You are better. Hey, I appreciate that. Again, this channel specifically, going forward in 2022, it's not going to be fantasy football. I know that I'm probably going to lose a lot of subscribers, but I wanted to do both, just like NFL draft commentary and other stuff. So this is my main channel where I'm going to do all that, player interviews, and then my T2F fantasy football channel, which you just said that you subscribe to. That's where I'm going to do fantasy football content. So make sure you guys subscribe to that if you guys are watching. And then I'll come out with some fantasy football content throughout the offseason. I'm creating a list right now, a spreadsheet on fantasy football stats, which there are some videos out there explaining like how we come up with those fantasy football stats and projections. You can go back and watch that. But the Bills are in. Pick is in. We got a good old Peter Schrager up here on the screen, who's actually a very talented guy. I like him a lot. He has a lot of good sources out there. So he might be saying something very important, and we have him on mute. We have no idea. Let's see what he's saying. What is he saying?
San Francisco, I'll say this. We had Eric Armstead on Good Morning Football this morning. He said and felt pretty confident that Debo was not going anywhere. We have not heard any whispers today of a trade, and I don't think he's going to be moved this weekend at all.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so you heard it there from Peter Schrager. Debo Samuel is not going to be moved anywhere, according to Eric Armstead. Did you see Odell Beckham's tweet where he's like, "Oh, I know the tea. Should I spill it on Debo Samuel?" And then Debo Samuel replied, like, "Nah, don't give him any hope. Don't give these media members any headlines or anything like that." Yeah. As Peter Schrager was making that announcement, and they were playing John Cena's theme song in the back. It's John Cena. All right, the pick is in. Buffalo Bills, who we got? Let us know. Coming up to the squad, to the stadium, making the pick at the podium for the Buffalo Bills. Who's this guy?
Hey, I'm excited to announce one of the three New
Is that Justin Bieber? Oh, Stevie Johnson. I remember him. He also played for the 49ers and the Chargers as well, but he was much better with Ryan Fitzpatrick and the Bills.
From Georgia.
Oh my gosh.
In addition,
James
as if this
Cook.
offense did not have enough home run.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? James Cook is now going to be a Buffalo Bill. So now the Bills were tied to Breece Hall in the first round, and they were like, no, we can get a running back later. We can get a 3-down back later. That's what they need, because Sean McDermott has come out and said during the league's coach and owners meeting that he wants Josh Allen to run with the ball less. How is he going to run with the ball less if you have a reliable running back in the backfield? Devin Singletary, not going to cut it. I like him. He's going to get his snaps. He's going to be a good asset for the Buffalo Bills, but he's not going to be that 3-down back. Zach Moss, that experiment, it's over. Not going to be working out. He's a healthy scratch all throughout the season. But James Cook, on the other hand, from Georgia, look at these highlights. Can catch out of the backfield as well. Woo, look at that little Texas route that he did right there into the end zone touchdown. I like James Cook a lot. Again, biased Georgia fanboy here. I love the Falcons, Georgia Bulldogs. I love the Hawks. I love the Braves. But I love James Cook as well. So if you know the last name, it is familiar, and it's because Dalvin Cook and James Cook are brothers. So maybe that pedigree is going to transfer inside of James Cook and his tenure with the Buffalo Bills. Okay, now let's look over to the Denver Broncos and see what they are having planned here and picking. Yeah, I was talking about Matt Flynn. I remember that contract. $10 million guaranteed, $19.5 million. Yeah, for 3 years. 3 years. 3-year, $10 million deal. Not bad. Not bad at all. They ate up that money. All right, so we got the Denver Broncos pick here. And making the selection for the Denver Broncos, it is Elvis Dumervil. What a name. What a name drop.
2002 NFL Draft, the Broncos selects Nick Bonito, linebacker, Oklahoma.
So we talked about Nick Bonito being one of the better linebackers available, and they finally go down that direction of picking Nick Bonito right before the second round has ended, and that will end this second round, and we are transitioning now into the third round of the NFL Draft. This is day 2, like we said, and this is probably going to last up until 11 o'clock or so, just to give you guys a little bit of an update. And again, this is Eastern Standard Time that we're talking about. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock, and this is on the top of the 3rd round, and we appreciate you guys tuning in. If you guys are just now joining us for the very first time, because we're having people coming in and out throughout the stream. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock. To recap the Jacks draft so far, they traded up for Devin Lloyd. We all know about the number 1 pick, Travon Walker, which in the past month, it just came onto the scene that Travon Walker was being discussed as the number 1 overall pick. For the longest time, it seemed like, well, I would say like 80 to 90% of the time, Aiden Hutchinson was a lock to be the number 1 pick. And then it just kind of changed over the last month. We're like, hey, this guy had an amazing combine, first off, and then he just, like, is a freak of nature. Like, let's just go ahead and grab Travon Walker if we can. And just grab them and see what we got. So pair them up with guys like Josh Allen. This defense, I think they're okay with that. They addressed Devin Lloyd in that linebacker situation as well. I believe they picked up the 5th-year option as well for Josh Allen, the linebacker, that is. So that's what it's looking like. Okay, so to recap, before we go into the 3rd round, let's go ahead and show you the pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but let's show you the 2nd round. I'll kind of breeze through. It started with a pick by Logan Hall. And Christian Watson was taken by the Packers, so he's going to be teaming up with Sammy Watkins there in Green Bay. Roger McCreary, Breece Hall, all of these are good picks. Falcons gave us a little bit of a heart attack. They did give us a heart attack. We wanted Malik Willis. Anyways, moving forward, Ken Walker is going to be in there in the San Francisco or the Seattle backfield. Wan'Dale Robinson is going to be joining the New York Giants wide receiver crew. John Metchie, the Texans are doing a very good job hitting all the needs that they have. So are the New Orleans Saints. Jaquan Brisker, Phidarian Mathis to the Commanders. Cam Jurgens, hopefully the heir apparent for Jason Kelce. George Pickens, an amazing pick. Skyy Moore is now going to be playing for the Kansas City Chiefs. Actually, you have 3 straight wide receivers here: Pickens, Pierce, and Moore. Then you've also got some linebacking help for the Dallas Cowboys, an edge rusher. And then we've also got James Cook to be the biggest name. So I can't wait for you guys that play fantasy football for us to do the stats and the research and see what his role is. One of the things that you want to keep in mind if you guys do play fantasy football is off-season news. You want to go ahead and keep track of that. We're going to tell you how you can keep track of all of that on our new channel, T2F Fantasy Football. But yeah, for you guys that are just now tuning in, whether you're new or not, we appreciate that you're tuning in. I would encourage you guys to subscribe to this channel if you guys are a first-time viewer. I don't know if there's any other day 2 draft streams out there. I know there's a lot of day 1 streams, and it's kind of funny because day 1, you've got like a lot of big names out there, like Pat McAfee holding down the fort and doing their own shows, which like they do a fantastic job. During day 1, I'm streaming this, so like yesterday I talked for like 4 hours straight. So like I'm excited to give my voice a little bit of a rest and just take this weekend off and just enjoy it with my wife. But yeah, so like there's a lot of people out there that do a lot of day 1 streams, Pat McAfee being one of them. ESPN has their own thing, NFL has their own thing, and they're very, very good. Like these guys get hundreds and thousands of views, they get millions of views. So I go back and I watch them after I do my stream. But I don't think there's a lot of day 2 guys out there. So maybe this might be a new thing every year that we do. I'm having lots of fun. So let's go back here to the Jacksonville Jaguars as they're about to make their selection.
All right, with the 65th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Luke Fortner, center, University of Kentucky. Duval!
He's Duval indeed. And well, listen, he's listed as a center. I just kind of cut him off, but it seems like they were about to say that he could probably play guard a little bit as well. The highlights that they're showing is center. Some good Kentucky names are being drafted here. You've had who else got drafted who played at Kentucky? Wan'Dale Robinson did, a very good player. I felt like there was one more guy that got drafted who played at Kentucky. Josh Paschal, that's who it was, defensive end, announced by Keegan-Michael Key for the Detroit Lions. So Lions, liking their Kentucky guys, and the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. So let's go ahead and show you as we flip the page to a brand new sheet. We've got the third round here with Luke Fortner being drafted out of Kentucky, playing center. And now coming up, listen, third round, Malik Willis fell out. No quarterback was taken in the second round. Could this be where a quarterback is taken? It could be, we've got the pick is in, and you actually saw a spoiler like here, Brian Asamoah. But let's go back and have the official pick.
66th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Brian Asamoah, linebacker, Oklahoma.
So there you have it. And let's go back to that draft sheet. So that kind of spoiled it. You saw it live. But Brian Asamoah, inside linebacker, they need some help. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you've been keeping watch, what is going on with Nakobe Dean? I made this joke plenty of times throughout the stream, but what the bong gas mask video came out where you're falling so far? Whose wife did you sleep with to where you're not getting drafted in the first or second round? What is going on? I think everybody's aware that the best talent available right now, Malik Willis and Nakobe Dean. This kind of reminds me of DK Metcalf falling. Like, maybe Ian Rappaport can give us a little bit of info.
Injuries, including a severe pec strain. He opted not to have surgery, which has been the cause for concern for some teams.
All right, the Giants are about to make.
Okay, so that's it. You heard it here. Rappaport announcing that, listen, he had a severe strain here. The Giants are up on the clock. Let me see if we can pull up that graphic. If not, let's just listen to the pick.
With the 67th pick of the NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Josiah Ezeudu, guard, North Carolina.
So they get some help at guard. Going back, which I don't want to take it away at the moment of Joshua Ezeudu, but Nakobe Dean. So that's the breaking news that's coming on. This is why he's falling. Nakobe Dean has a pec strain and elected not to get surgery. Is that what I'm hearing? Ian, come back. Tell us. The next four picks are going to be the Browns at 68, the Titans at 69, nice, the Jaguars 70, and the Bears at 71. So the Browns are up here on the clock right now. Let's go ahead and pull up their graphic and their team needs. And again, these team needs change throughout the draft. But they do need a wide receiver. Hopefully they can address that position here soon. Anyways, Nakobe Dean. So that's the update. Is the injury that's kind of concerning. But I'm thinking to myself, well, I mean, if you could go down two routes, you could either get surgery and repair it, and you'll be fine, or you don't get surgery and you just wait out. Maybe worst case scenario, you miss 2022. And you'll still be an all-pro or a Pro Bowler because you're a first-round talent that was drafted in the third round. So I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what's going on with Nakobe Dean. We just found out, if you guys are just now tuning in, that Nakobe Dean is dealing with an injury. That is why that's the reason of the fall. Now, I haven't heard anything about Malik Willis, so I don't know what the situation with him is. But while we do that, I want to go ahead and acknowledge that if you guys are just now tuning in for the very first time, we actually do this every Thursday at 8 p.m. And now it doesn't last for 2.5 hours. It's only like 45 minutes max, probably. But as the Cleveland Browns are on the clock, I want to go ahead and let you guys know that we do have a podcast every single week. Thursdays is the time of the podcast that you want to tune into. Thursdays at 8 p.m. Make sure you guys subscribe to this channel. The T2F Podcast. Every single Thursday, 8 p.m. We just have fun. Just talk football, whatever you guys want to talk about. We are here to interact with you guys. So Thursdays, 8 p.m. Make sure you guys subscribe and tune in. And the Cleveland Browns are now on the clock awaiting their pick. But yeah, Nakobe Dean, injury. I haven't heard anything on Malik Willis. Let me just see Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter, I encourage you guys to get one. That's where I get all my news. If you guys want to follow me, just search at Time to Football, and you'll find my personal account as well as the Time to Football account. So you can follow either one. On Time to Football's account, it's more so like updates on like when we post videos and things like that. But on my personal account, it's more like opinion based and like me tweeting about opinions and things of that nature. So let's see what Malik Willis, what is going on with him. Pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. People were saying, I'm begging you, for the love of God, draft Malik Willis. This is by Mina Kimes, who's saying that on Twitter. Yeah. Okay, well, this is a very funny tweet. All right, let me show you this, because this is, as Kevin Stefanski is on his iPad. Is he taking a picture with his iPad? What the old man is going on right there. This is a pretty funny tweet I'm going to show you right here. It's also probably means nothing, but Malik Willis currently only follows one NFL team on Instagram. Oh, wait, we got Ian Rappaport.
Third-round pick. Still need a quarterback. There are discussions going on now about potentially moving back into the third round to take a quarterback. Now they thought about doing the second round. As the quarterbacks have come to them, it is now within reach. So certainly something to watch for going forward tonight.
And of course,
all right, so that's interesting. All right, so the Browns could be going back into the third round, is what they said. Now, this tweet. Malik Willis only follows one NFL team on Instagram. That team is the Falcons. But last year, during the draft, he tweeted out, Kyle Pitts only follows one NFL team on Instagram. It's the Falcons. And he said, it probably means nothing. Well, the Falcons ended up taking Kyle Pitts. So maybe Malik Willis, there's some sort of discussion. Like the Falcons probably know something that other teams don't. That's why they're so passing up on him. Like, hey, we can get these better talents, these better names out there. But you took Troy Andersen over Nakobe Dean. I hope that's a hit, man. Anyways, we're getting ready for the Cleveland Browns selection, so let's go ahead and check in with them. As we've got Mike the Miz Mizanin making the pick here. Oh, the good old Miz.
You can bet on the Cleveland Browns, because the Cleveland Browns are picking for the future, and the future is right now with the 68th pick.
All right.
Of the 2022 NFL Draft. The 2023 Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns select Martin Emerson, defensive back, Mississippi State. Let's go!
Oh my God.
Only fitting that it be a big physical.
Well, okay, so that's the Miz. He's a WWE wrestler. And he's a big Cleveland fan. He's from Cleveland, Ohio. So the 2023, I like how he said it. He didn't say 2022 because it's like he's still a realistic fan. Like he knows like, okay, like, yeah, like maybe 2022 is asking for, let's just like wait. Like we're just still building our team over the next couple of years. Well, Martin Emerson is going to be one of those building blocks that they hope playing defensive end. Coming out of Mississippi State, and just looking at the highlights of this person, goal line stop right there, so you know he's pretty good at tackling. And they got a defensive back, which they needed. They locked up Denzel Ward for the long run, the number 4 overall pick from 2018, I believe, or 2017, one of those. I think it was 2018. And they locked him in for the long term. So they want to pair him up with someone else. Now they're known for drafting pretty good defensive backs. Like, I mean, Greg Newsome. Who else was the other guy that they got? Really, really thin guy. Not to be offensive or anything, but he was like adding weight. As we got the Tennessee Titans, we'll talk about them in just a bit. But we got the Tennessee Titans here. Greedy Williams, that's who it was.
What's up? Tighten up! Everybody can tighten up.
You're peeking. Is that a Julio Jones jersey? That's a Julio Jones jersey.
Everybody knows night 2 is where the real action happens.
Is that the guy from Psych? Traylon Burks. We're cutting away because we don't want to get copyrighted. So, here we go.
In the 2022 NFL Draft,
Just a 69 nice.
Tennessee Titans select Nicholas Petit-Frere, tackle, Ohio State. Welcome.
Yeah, is that the guy from Psych? I don't know. Okay, so the Tennessee Titans, they had a need at tackle, and they're hoping that he fills in that role. Now, Bernard Raymond is still up there. So those are probably the top 3 guys that are falling right now. It is Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, and Bernard Raymond. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen. Chris saying, been fun. See you later. Yes, go enjoy your nights. For you guys that are still watching, I appreciate you guys tuning in, and feel free to chat, man. I'm happy to interact with you guys if you guys want to. If you guys just want to kick back and just listen to commentary, I'm more than happy to do that as well. So the Tennessee Titans are off the clock, and now you've got the Jacksonville Jaguars trading with maybe it was the Indianapolis Colts or the Buffalo Bills. I think it was the Colts that they traded with. So let's go ahead and show you the Jaguars pick. They are now on the clock, or actually the pick is in. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're about to make their pick here in just a bit. All right, so let's show you an update on the draft as we are waiting for the selection, which we actually got it right here. So let's go ahead and tune in.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Chad Muma, linebacker, Wyoming.
Chad Muma. All right, well, here we go. They really are improving their linebackers here in this draft. Chad Muma, the guy from Wyoming, is going to be one of the additions for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Muma, very good addition here. And as Chad Muma is going to be pairing up with, it seems like, here we go. Got the audio here. With Devin Lloyd and the linebacking crew alongside Josh Allen on the edge. So they are making their name known in the linebacking department. They're defensive heavy. Very defensive heavy in this draft, with the only offensive selection that they picked, if I'm not mistaken, they picked someone in the offense. It's kind of hard to keep up with. Yes, it was a center. It was Luke Fortner. That's who it was. So after going defensive heavy, they pick Luke Fortner at the top of the 3rd round, and then Chad Muma to follow up on that. So let's go ahead and show you the updated draft order. We've got the Bears coming up. The Seahawks, could this be the spot that Malik Willis finally gets taken? If not, they're going to pass up on him. And the Colts and the Falcons are going to be up on the clock. The Colts, I don't expect them to take a quarterback. They got Matt Ryan locked in for the next couple of years. But the Falcons, they are available to take that quarterback. The Bears have about a minute left in picking. Let's look at the best available. Okay, so Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Travis Jones. You probably missed that, but Travis Jones, the defensive tackle from Connecticut, he's falling as well. And I would expect if I'm the Houston Texans at number 16 and I see Travis Jones is still available, I'm snagging him. Like, the Texans have been doing a good job getting every single position filled. Like, they got their offensive help and getting Kenyon Green, getting John Metchie for Davis Mills. They got their defensive help and getting Derek Stingley at the top of the 1st round. Now, at number 16, you need a defensive tackle pretty bad. You also need wide receiver, or you need running back as well. So it might be the situation where you get your defensive tackle in Travis Jones, who's a 1st-round talent, and he falls all the way to the Houston Texans. But now we've got the Chicago Bears on the clock, so let me go ahead and pull up their graphic here. There we go. And let's see what happens. They do need some edge help. after trading away Khalil Mack. But we'll see what's going on here. If you guys are new here, by the way, subscribe to this channel. I actually had the privilege of interviewing Joey Blount and Shamarius Gilmore, who were draft prospects being drafted this year. Shamarius playing at Georgia State and then Joey Blount playing at Virginia. It was just a really cool experience to go over there and help film them and get their name out there. So really cool story about Joey Blount. He met Mike Tomlin not too long ago, which I'm going to get back to the story here after this pick.
With the 71st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Velus Jones, wide receiver, Tennessee.
And then finally, the Bears add to their wide receiver core. I know that wide receiver was one of the weakest points going into the draft, and they're help boosting that. So the Tennessee Titans, or the Tennessee Volunteers wide receiver, I should say, Velus Jones Jr. is being drafted and is going to have a new home in Chi-Town. But Joey Blount is a safety that's going to be drafted probably in day 3. A pretty cool story about him is that he met Mike Tomlin just at a random hotel in Pittsburgh. Like he was playing for Virginia, was in a hotel for Virginia in Pittsburgh because they were about to play the University of Pittsburgh. And he saw Mike Tomlin at that hotel in Pittsburgh. And so he goes up, he takes a picture with them, and then he said, listen, I'm going to go into the draft in the next couple of years. This was in 2019 that he said this. And then 2 years later, he has a visit with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He pulls up the picture and says, do you remember when we first met? Mike Tomlin said, no, I don't. Well, he said, listen, I told you I was going to be in the draft, and here I am. And Mike Tomlin loved that. So that was a pretty, full circle moment there for Joey Blount. Now we've got the Seattle Seahawks on the clock here. Go ahead and pull up their graphic. I pull away from the camera or from the microphone so I can cough. For you guys that watch Chocolate Rain, remember that video? Chocolate Rain. I pull my face away from the microphone so I can breathe. Da 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 chocolate rain. Hey guys, we're almost 3 hours into the stream, so I'm just talking about random stuff. So if you guys love it, cool. If not, get out of here. Oh, Chris, you came back. Willis of the Seahawks. Is that why you came back, just to comment that? Well, yeah. So Willis of the Seahawks. The pick is in. We've got Indianapolis next, and then we've got the Falcons. Hey, for the third time today, I cannot wait to have my hopes crushed. I like the picks that we got. I'm not upset. We needed defensive help. We really did. Arnold Ebiketie. I need to learn how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. I'm just calling him Arnold. Arnold. By the way, people make fun of the way I say Arnold, like Dan Arnold, Sam Arnold. Is that how you say it? Arnold. 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 So the Falcons got Arnold. Chocolate Rain. Chocolate Rain. Hey, you guys remember that episode of South Park where Chocolate Rain was on there? South Park is one of the most genius shows in the history of mankind. I know it's raunchy. I know it's not like something you'd want to show your kids. I get it. But it's so smart and so dumb at the same time. It's freaking hilarious. Anyways, yeah, Seattle Seahawks. Pick is in. We're waiting to see who they pick. Appreciate you guys tuning into this live stream. I know that we've had a consistent, like 7 to 10 people that jump in and out, which isn't a lot either. I mean, it's a Friday night. We didn't expect. In the first round yesterday, we had probably like 10 to 15 people, 15 to 20, I would say. Which, like, I know it's not a lot, but like for a small YouTuber like me, I'll take that, man. I will take that any day. Dude, I'm just grinding out here. I'm just grinding. I'm just trying to get my name out there. Interviewing players, making documentaries on them, just working my way up, man. Hopefully one day that'll all come full circle and I can make it big. But until then, here I am, man. Here I am. Just put in the work on this YouTube channel. Seattle Seahawks. South Park is the best show. Yes, it is. And that's a pretty cool set, by the way, that the NFL Network crew has. Rich Eisen and Charles Davis, Daniel Jeremiah. Who's the guy second to the left? I don't know. But he's the Mike Mayock replacement. Or is that Daniel Jeremiah? I don't know. Mike Mayock, it would be weird if he got a job back at NFL Network. Looking at the best available, you can see NFL Network's best available. Malik Willis, Matt Corral. All right, so it's been updated. Okay, so we had Nakobe Dean. No, this is the quarterbacks. Okay, my mistake. All right, so that was quarterbacks. Nakobe Dean was the best available, and then if you're just now joining in, if you haven't heard the news, Nakobe Dean is dealing with a pec strain, and he's not getting surgery on that, so that could hinder his or explain the fall that he's having. Here we go with, Chris left a comment, but I will listen in after Shaquem Griffin makes his selection.
With the 72nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Abraham Lucas, tackle, Washington State.
All right, so there's 2 tackles now taken in the first 3 rounds there by the Seattle Seahawks. You got Abraham Lucas and you have Charles Cross. Now on the clock is the Indianapolis Colts. And now to answer your question there, Chris, are you a fantasy football channel? I am not. I came out with fantasy football content. Okay, so this is the story of the channel. I started this back in 2013. By the way, this season coming up is going to be the 10th season. So we're going to have like a whole rebranding, like new set, new logo, all that. I started this back in 2013, and my intention wasn't to make it fantasy football, but I started coming out with fantasy football content, and I realized like a lot of people were watching fantasy football content, and it was making me a lot of money. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I just do this? So I went all in on fantasy football while starting to do other things. But like I noticed when I was doing other things like the NFL Draft, that wasn't getting as much viewership. Like I've done a fantasy football live Q&A before, and the most amount of live viewers that I got at one time was 162 people. And so compare that to the 6 people that are watching right now, you know, it's a big difference. So yeah, they're more interested in fantasy football, but like I really thought about it and what the world is going on right now. We've got 2 people there. Maybe it's 3 people. I don't know. Can that guy see that's on the bottom? I don't know. His crotch was thrusting right there. I don't know what's going on. Is he okay? Who are these people? Who are these people? Are they TikTokers? Are they I want to know. I want to know.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jelani Woods, tight end, Virginia.
Fantastic pick. I love Jelani Woods for Virginia. And I got to watch him a lot because of that interview that I did with Joey Blunt, the safety from Virginia. And so he was at the pro day as well. Jelani Woods was, and this guy is so athletic. I love him as a lot. And that athleticism could be the thing that catapults him to being a starting tight end over Mo Alley Cox, who's their starting tight end right now for the Indianapolis Colts. Now, here we go, the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, let me go ahead and first finish my story. Yeah, so I wanted to just do other stuff. That's what I'm passionate about, like just talking about football in general. I'm not really too passionate about fantasy football. But so I decided to go in the direction of I just want to do this on this channel and then just make a separate channel about fantasy football. But the algorithm, man, like I got probably like half of my subscribers are just from fantasy football. So when I post something that's non-fantasy football related, they don't care. Like people don't tune in, which is okay. I understand. Like, you subscribe for one thing and you're not getting it. Here we go. Is this Malik Willis?
Ranked end was Rocky.
With the 74th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Desmond Ridder, quarterback, Cincinnati.
Okay, so there it is.
Here we go.
There you go, Desmond Ridder.
Okay, it wasn't Malik. but it's Desmond. It's Desmond Ridder. There were rumors out there that the Falcons loved Desmond Ridder, and they finally get their guy in Ridder. Holy crap. Desmond Ridder is taken over Malik Willis by the Atlanta Falcons. I am in utter disbelief that Desmond Ridder is labeled as the number 2 quarterback on the draft board for the Atlanta Falcons. So now he's going to be competing with Marcus Mariota for that starting gig. Hopefully this works out for Atlanta Falcons as a 3rd-round pick. I don't know how much faith they have in him, but I mean, I would assume a lot of faith if you pick him over Malik Willis. What is going on with Malik? Unbelievable. Like, look at the, are they comparing him to Marcus Mariota? Maybe it's because he's probably in the same system that they wanted to take him. Shocking. Atlanta Falcons picking Desmond Ridder here over Malik Willis. Comment down below, man. What do you think of that? Anyways, to finish up my story, yeah. So I'm in the process right now working with the algorithm, trying to get my views back up, and like, you know, people are going to unsubscribe, and so that's actually going to help the algorithm. Like, if they unsubscribe to this channel, if they're not interested in the content I'm coming out here, then YouTube will push out my content to other people, to new people. So, anyways, back to football. We've got the Houston Texans now on the clock. I'm not upset. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Desmond Ridder to Drake London, touchdown! Final score, Tampa Bay 45, Falcons 10. Oh. Yeah, it's going to happen. But that's okay. Willis must have herpes. Yeah, dude. Looks like your Falcons got their QB of the future. Yeah, Sean Landry, man. I agree. I don't know. Man. I agreed, and then I don't know. Well, I'm watching some highlights right now of Desmond Ridder. Okay, all right. Put it in right where it needs to be. Okay. We like that. Comparison, Dak Prescott. If we can get another Dak Prescott, I'd be happy with that. I don't know. Now, Sean, let me ask you. Does Malik fall? I don't think the Saints have a 3rd-round pick. Do they fall? At this point, does he fall to day 3? Why aren't they showing any cameras on Malik Willis, by the way? We know that he's here in Las Vegas. Maybe he just decided to watch from the hotel room or something. I get it, man. Like, it can be disheartening when you're not being selected. I get it. Oh, gosh, Desmond Ridder, dude. Desmond Ridder has finally been taken off the board. And look at him, that stare. Desmond Ridder, Atlanta Falcons. And that, as his girlfriend or whoever significant other is probably like, yep, secure the bag. I'm never breaking up with you. Secure the bag. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure they love each other. So I'm happy for them. All right, so now the Houston Texans, their pick is in. Still expect Saints 45, Falcons 10 too. Yeah. That might be more like 27-20, 30-20. 30-20 Saints. I'll give them that. All right. Troy Vincent, who you got?
75th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 75th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
They jumped him for another Alabama.
Very, very, very good pick. I like that a lot. I think I had Christian Harris as like a 2nd-round grade, and now he's being taken in the 3rd round. So with a 75th pick, they make their selection, the Houston Texans do, and they got their linebacker. Like I said, they need to fill a lot of holes. This is just the first step in the process, slowly but surely get those guys. Defense seems to be a good priority for the Texans. They want to make sure that they address that. Christian Harris is now a Houston Texan. He's very good at the coverage. He's very good at tackling. Many people might have expected him to be a 1st-round pick if he went into the draft last year, but I don't think he was eligible, if I'm not mistaken. And so now the Texans will be taking him as he does celebrate with his family here. Now you got the Baltimore Ravens on the clock, and let's see who they decide to pick here. But as we put up the graphic for the Baltimore Ravens, we'll go ahead and update you guys on the draft here in just a little bit on who's in, who's out of the third round. All right, so the Texans picked, Ravens up. And looking at the picks so far, all right, so the most recent ones, Chad Muma, Velus Jones Jr., Abraham Lucas, Jelani Woods, Desmond Ridder over Malik Willis. This is going to be a conversation to talk about. I'm on Twitter, which I'm going to be showing you guys what their conversations are, what people are saying. Christian Harris as well. So let's go back here to Twitter. The latest, or the top pick. Okay. Richard Sherman, I need some background on why Malik Willis has continued to slide. What are people saying? Let's just read the comments, okay? If you're wondering why Malik, this is by Josh Norris, 20 minutes ago. Who is Josh Norris? Content strategy and production at Underdog Fantasy. Okay, might be reputable. If you're wondering why QB Malik Willis is still on the board, here's his passing chart via Pro Football Focus. The middle of the field is a total blind spot. That's incredible because a lot of quarterbacks actually struggle on the outside, and they're very good in the middle because, you know, tight end or receiver underneath, slot receiver could just come in on a slant, whatever. But, all right, the middle of the field seems to be, you know, below average according to this chart. So that might be the reason. Text from an NFL GM about Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis not being drafted yet. Insanity. Whoever gets Nakobe Dean is getting an absolute steal. Matt Corral and Malik Willis should have came back to school. Oh, man. Desmond Ridder to the Falcons. Hey, I actually follow this guy. Yuri. Wow, I'm surprised we took him over Malik Willis, but this is a really good QB pick for us. If you told me 2 days ago, Luke Winslow, I follow him as well. Shout out to him. If you told me 2 days ago that Malik Willis and Nakobe Dean were at best third-round picks, I would have called you crazy. What are NFL draft teams seeing that we aren't? Yeah, that's I don't even know. Some people making fun of some. This is awesome. I freaking love Twitter, dude. Twitter is where it's at. Malik Willis, after being told he could potentially be the second pick in the draft. Golly, man. It's brutal out there. Chris, you were playing that drinking game, and it's not looking good for you from Malik Willis not being taken. Sean, you're saying, to answer your question, if Willis continues to fall to the 5th round and we pick again, then I think it's a possibility. Okay, so the Saints don't have a 4th round, right? So it's a 5th round pick that they have. No, my gosh, man. Let's look at the draft order real quick. Let's see what's coming up here for these teams. The Ravens, okay, not picking a quarterback. They need to address maybe they take a wide receiver here, potentially. You've also got Indianapolis. All right, I'm looking at the teams that could take Malik Willis. And as you get out of the first round, there's less and less draft picks or draft trades that happen. Falcons pick again. Could this be Malik Willis at number 18? Hey, I'm just considering. I'm thinking, how crazy would that be if it's Desmond Ridder and Malik Willis that are both taken, and then they're just like, hey, let's just compete. Who's better? I don't know. You guys battle it out. And so they're showing the tweet on NFL Network. Hey, we beat you to it. We showed you guys first. All right, well, let's see what Ian Rappaport's saying.
As well.
Nice.
We talked to sources about Desmond Ridder. You hear about the overall readiness, the leadership, and the maturity. With Malik Willis, everybody loves the talent, but the offense he plays in is so simple. There are questions, how quickly could he get acclimated to the NFL? Could it take 1 year? Could it take 2 years? That certainly has led to some of the hesitancy with him not getting selected.
All right, that's...
All right, well, there it is. So, I guess it's a knock on his football knowledge, if it's anything. Okay. Well, Malik Willis, this is one of the craziest scenarios that I've ever, like, as long as I've done an NFL Draft Live show in the last 3 years, I've never seen anything like this. So this is absolutely crazy. Okay, well, the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. We're about to announce that here in just a bit. It looks like we have a Ravens fan up here that's about to make the pick. Maybe it's someone famous. I don't know. Let's find out.
Charles. How's everybody doing? We got some Ravens fans out there?
Oh, he's an actor.
All right, Flock, here we go. With the 76th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Travis Jones, defensive tackle, UConn.
That might be one of the steals of the draft. Travis Jones being taken this late, pick number 76 overall. The University of Connecticut defensive tackle who's being linked to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 27 overall. Gets taken by the Baltimore Ravens. Hey, you didn't need Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt. This guy fell right inside to your hands. Travis Jones being drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. And now the Ravens, who added Kyle Hamilton, added Tyler Linderbaum, add another piece in Travis Jones on that defense as well. This third round is shaping up to be the round where you pick the steals, and Travis Jones could be that. Watch out for him in 2022. This defense needs a lot of help, and so then this could be a very good pick. I mean, they also got David Ojabo. Like, the Ravens are having a very good draft, I'd say. So I like it. Now we got the Colts selection. Let's listen in.
77th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Bernhard Raimann, tackle, Central Michigan.
Here's the thing, man. I freaking love that pick. I've been talking about Bernhard Raimann being one of those guys that is falling in this draft, and now he's being taken by the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, this Colts offensive line, absolute, like, boulders, like, protecting Matt Ryan and company, and now Bernhard Raimann at his name. The German, maybe he's from the Netherlands. I think he's German. Yes, the German metalhead who's into metal music from Central Michigan is going to get drafted here. Maybe his concern could have been he played a little bit overseas, or maybe he was from Austria. That's what it was, or maybe Germany. I'm not entirely sure. But he did play a little bit of tight end as well in his past. Okay, so this is a story on him. He served in the Austrian military. He's not German. He's Austrian. So that's, he's a little bit older. I think he's 24 years old, but still like a first-round talent that has fallen. So two back-to-back picks that are absolute steals, Travis Jones and Bernhard Raimann. Let's go ahead and show you guys the updated draft. What we have here, Desmond Ridder by the Falcons, Christian Harris, Travis Jones, Bernhard Raimann. Excuse me, 3 guys right there. Jelani Woods as well, 5 guys. 5 guys. Great restaurant, by the way, that are known for picking notable names here this late in the NFL draft. You're calling Seahawks if we're talking about Malik Willis. Giants didn't pick up Daniel Jones' 5th-year option. That's very true. If Malik Willis falls, is that going to be an option? But then again, do the Giants want to spend like another pick on someone that, like, according to Ian Rappaport, according to what NFL teams are saying, like, played in a simple system, might not be like the best, like, smartest pick out there. Do they want to invest in that, or do they want to go all out on picking another quarterback when it comes down to 2023 and that draft class? Now you've got the Cleveland Browns on the clock, and the pick is in. Let's see who's going to be making the pick here for the Cleveland Browns. So helping him make the pick seems to be a kid. This is Andrew Hawkins, a former slot receiver for the Cleveland Browns, and he's now an NFL Network analyst.
Who is this small in stature but devilishly handsome man I've never heard of? I'm going to save you some time and instead tell you to search NFL Pro Era, the first NFL virtual reality.
I don't know what's going on. They're talking about it's a whole PR thing that they're doing right now. We'll get to them in just a sec. When he announces the pick, we'll listen in. Brownies. All right, make the selection. What we got?
78th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Alex Wright, defensive end, UAB.
So Alex Wright is now going to be a member of the Cleveland Browns. As you can see here on NFL Network, if you guys are watching, 6'5", 271 pounds. Hey, listen, maybe played at a lesser-known school like UAB, but if you look at the physical talent right there, 6'5", 271 pounds, that's enough to really have the physical talent to play in the Cleveland Browns defense. And now the Browns are having themselves a pretty decent draft as well. They added some defensive back help earlier with Martin Emerson. And I think they traded out of the second round, if I'm not mistaken. That seems to be the phrase of the day, by the way. Sorry if I'm saying that too much. Yeah, they traded out of the second round, and they acquired more picks. They need to acquire more picks after the Deshaun Watson trade. So it's looking like that Alex Wright. All right, ESPN actually just updated this live. They had him listed as an outside linebacker, but then they changed it to a defensive end. So now the Chargers are up on the clock. I'm surprised that the Browns aren't going down the route of getting a wide receiver. I mean, you've got Amari Cooper, and you can say whatever you want about Donovan Peoples-Jones, but do you want someone else to kind of compete for that wide receiver 2 spot? I would want one. But the Chargers are up, and the Chargers, we mentioned this in our mock drafts, they did not have a second-round pick. So it's been a while since we talked about the LA Chargers. Their first-round pick was Zion Johnson, who in our mock draft 2.0, we said that the Chargers wanted to select Zion Johnson. We said at number 17, that was going to be a little bit of an overdraft because all the other good guys are already taken. Well, it looked like that Trevor Penning was still available on the board, and they still chose Zion Johnson over Trevor Penning. We said it was going to be an overdraft, and they're going to overdraft for an offensive lineman because that offensive line, just one good offensive lineman, is the missing piece in competing in the AFC West and becoming not just playoff contenders, but Super Bowl contenders. They got their offensive linemen, and now the Chargers are looking to add more depth. They've been thinking about defensive tackle as well. DeMarvin Leal is still available on the board, so that could be an option for them. If they want to get crazy and add any other depth piece that they want, they don't really need edge help. I mean, they could use a cornerback, but I think they're okay with Asante Samuel and that crew that's over there. But yeah, if you guys are just now tuning in, by the way, we encourage you guys to leave your comments down below and chat with us. We're chatting with you guys live here on air for day 2 of the NFL draft. I don't think that there is another day 2 draft out there, draft show. So we'll see. If you guys do find one out there, I'd love to check them out and comment on their channel. We'll actually look that up while we're waiting. Day 2. NFL Draft Live. What do we got? Oh, yeah, we do. The Las Vegas Raiders are covering. Oh, wow. 2,000 people watching. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot right out there. Okay. Huh, my mistake. Didn't realize that. Anyways, we've got the Chargers. Their pick is in. Now, I don't think that they need a lot of linebacking and edge help. I know that edge is one of those needs, but they traded for Khalil Mack. They have Joey Bosa, as you can see the Chargers draft room right here. They also added Uchenna Nwosu. No, they lost Uchenna Nwosu. That's what it was. So they could get an edge help, but I think Khalil Mack is good enough. But let's see what Brandon Staley has planned here as he is drinking his cherry Coke as well. I need a vanilla Coke. That's what I need. Vanilla Coke is where it's at. So Malik Willis, that watch, we're still watching out for him. I don't know when he's going to get picked. The Chargers, after their pick, we've got the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, and the Falcons up again. The Falcons got their quarterback, hopefully of the future, and Desmond Ridder. The Giants, as Chris is commenting down below in the comments, could be that option for the New York Giants to take Malik Willis, given that they didn't pick up the 5th-year option for Daniel Jones. I would not be surprised if Brian Daboll makes that choice of selecting Malik Willis. Now, we've got the Chargers fans out here. I think Austin Eckler is going to be out here to assist in making that pick, which is pretty cool for that young fan. So let's see what happens here.
Good. I see y'all.
A lot of people.
With the 79th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select J.T. Woods, defensive back, Baylor.
Let's go.
All right, JT Woods is now being taken, and you guys missed it, but my hot brunette wife got me a vanilla Coke. You know when you're like in class and you're waiting, like you hear psst. You want to be quiet when you're opening up a soda can, or you hear someone else opening up that. Anyways, JT Woods, safety, has been taken here by the LA Chargers. And now we've got the Denver Broncos up here on the clock again. Let's see what the Broncos elect to do. The Broncos so far, I mean, they didn't have a first-round pick, following that Russell Wilson pick. But let's just go ahead and update you guys on what's going on with the draft board and show you guys who's picking next here. So you got the Broncos, you got the Giants, you got the Falcons, all via trades. Let me see who the Broncos picked, if I can see in the second round, if they did have a selection. I know it was towards the end. Yes, Nick Bonito, that's who it was. Okay, so they traded down a lot, and they finally got Nick Bonito as their guy. And so let's tune in.
Broncos select Greg Dulcich, tight end, UCLA.
Gotta love the booing out of
Well,
the
Greg Dulcich is one of those guys that people were talking about could be a top 3 tight end in this class, and it ends up being that he is the 3rd tight end taken after Jelani Woods was taken second as a second tight end by the Indianapolis Colts, and then Trey McBride was taken as the 1st tight end off the board. I like this pick a lot because for Greg Dulcich, he's going to be coming in and competing with Albert Okwuegbunam, which they could be like a tight end 1, tight end 2 kind of combo. But Okwuegbunam and Dulcich are going to be that 1-2 punch for Russell Wilson to throw to, who comes from a system with the Seattle Seahawks where they're just not familiar with tight ends. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment if they want to if Nathaniel Hackett wants to adjust that offense to him. If not, then okay, well, you got a good depth piece, I would say. But Okwuegbunam is going to have a teammate in Dulcich, Greg Dulcich, as the Giants are now on the clock. Could this be Malik Willis? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Oh, that's good. That burns.
22 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Cordell Flott, defensive back, LSU.
Flott in the slot. Flott in the slot. You heard Daniel Jeremiah. Flott in the slot. I like that a lot. So the Falcons are up on the board again. Cordell Flott from LSU. Just looking at the measurables that he has. Okay, so he's pretty good tackler, it seems like. Great coverage as well. Oh, I love the passion that he plays with. Love it. Man, I got to show you guys this highlight, dude. Okay, all right. The Giants war room seems to be happy about that pick. Going to give it fist bumps all around. Brandon Beane and company. Oh, that's not Brandon Beane. That's the assistant general manager of the Bills who became the general manager. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? I forgot who it was. Anyways, the pick is in for the Atlanta. Oh, yeah, the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. So let's see what they're going to get. They got their edge help and Arnold Ebiketie. They got their wide receiver in Drake London. They got their quarterback in Desmond Ridder. And now you can see the team need. The only thing that they need is a safety. Because you want to know why? Because Richie Grant didn't work out. How about that? You could have gotten Javonte Williams last year, but you didn't. I'm still salty, and I will bring that up in the year 2035. Because Javonte Williams is a beast.
Second pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select D'Angelo Malone, linebacker, Western Kentucky.
So they are helping their edge and their linebacking help as well. I like this comparison that they're having right here. Baby Brian Burns. If it's anything like Brian Burns, I will take it because he is a very, very, very good player for the Carolina Panthers. And now D'Angelo Malone is going to be taken by the Atlanta Falcons. So bolster that defense. Like you went offensive heavy in the top 10 when you had Jermaine Johnson available, Kyle Hamilton available as well. All right, well, let's just go with the best defensive player available, and that is going to be D'Angelo Malone at the edge position in their eyes. Coming up now on the clock is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles. Jeff Fields, McCormick, commenting down below. Yes, Denver finds a replacement for Fant. Albert O will be a solid tight end too, but I really want to see Dulcich as a tight end 1. He was amazing at UCLA. I agree. Like, I love Dulcich. I am on. It's funny because, for fantasy football season, I do like stat projections. I keep up with the news and see what's happening. Like, I want to say that Dulcich is going to be a difference maker in this Broncos offense. To be honest with you, I'm under the impression that Okwuegbunam is going to be the tight end 1. I am. I know. Like, he's very talented and physically gifted. So is Dulcich, but I'm gonna go on the record here on this draft stream before we've done any research or anything like that. I'm saying that Albert O. Okwuegbunam, for you guys that, hey, say it with me. It took me a while too. I had to say it over and over to get used to it. Okwuegbunam. 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 Me poo poo. Oh my gosh. Wow, I'm hilarious, man. Freaking hilarious. Dude, it's 3 hours streaming. We're 3 hours in. I gotta keep up with content, man. I gotta things to make up and say here. But no, I do think that Okwuegbunam is going to be the tight end 1 in Denver. I could be wrong, but Dulcich is a good pick. That's pretty good depth for a tight end position. That's kind of, not the most elite in the NFL. All right, we've got the Philadelphia Eagles with their pick in. Let's see what is going to happen here. Vanilla Coke is the best drink in the world, by the way. I know that it has a lot of sugar in it, but I don't freaking care. I should care. All right. You guys can continue to comment down below if you guys do so, please. Let's see what Twitter is saying, freaking out about Malik Willis or anybody else. Malik Willis. So why Desmond Ridder and not Malik Willis? Okay, it's because Desmond Ridder, they believe he has leadership qualities. I'm rooting for the guy. I mean, I'm a Falcons fan, so I gotta have to. But hey, Eagles War Room, where's everybody at? Where's everybody at? We got the owner Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman there. Very controversial, Howie Roseman, some people would say. On Wednesday, Liberty QB Malik Willis was the odds-on favorite to be the first QB taken in the 2022 draft. There have now been 2 QBs taken in front of him, and he remains on the board in round 3. Hey, what is happening? Malik Willis staying I love this. I love this so freaking much. I'm going to retweet this because this is freaking awesome. I'll show you this tweet right after the selection is made here by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Birds fans in the house. E-A-G. I'll tell you what, all 31 other teams love to hear that right there. Yeah. With the 83rd pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. The #1 team in sports with the greatest fans in the world, the Philadelphia Eagles, are happy, you know it, are happy to select a linebacker from Georgia, Nakobe Dean.
All right,
you are an Eagle, and you are going to love every second of it. Congratulations, my man. Welcome.
Oh, my gosh. There it is. Well, there it is, guys. It took a minute. It took 83 selections for Nakobe Dean to finally have his name called off the board. A slide after a pectoral injury that Ian Rappaport has been announcing has been worrying teams. And in our mock draft, we actually had Nakobe Dean going to the Eagles. but it was around that number 18 spot that they originally had. Dean falling close to 70 picks after that. And still ends up with the Eagles. You may say, well, they may not need linebacking help. Yes, they do. Kaiser White is not going to help. He's not going to cut it. So this is a first-round talent, and on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 prospects, he was ranked as number 17. So, in Madden, when you play franchise mode and you draft, and it says good pick with the green arrow or you reached with the red arrow, good pick. True value of number 17 got him at number 83. Good job. Man, I was kind of hoping that, the Atlanta Falcons would grab him, but it seems like the Atlanta Falcons traded out. All right. Well, the Falcons traded out, and now we've got the Pittsburgh Steelers coming up here on the clock. All right. What do we got? Keeping up with the draft here. Let's first show you this tweet by Malik Willis. This is freaking hilarious. And I love how positive he is. He posted, this is 14 minutes ago. So this is like during the slide. Like, and all this is happening. Laughing face emoji. And someone tweeted out, "You want me?" with an Instagram poll like, no, 100%. Oh my gosh, man. He is staying positive. I really love that. Yeah, man, Malik, I'm rooting for you, man. I don't know who's your team going to be, but we will see. Okay. Steelers, you're up. Pick is in. Let's update you guys because I know the Falcons were picking and then they traded down. Oh, no, they picked D'Angelo Malone. That's what it was. So, no trades have happened. Okay. Sorry, that's my mistake. Let's just update you guys on what's going on right here, and then we'll show you Troy Vincent. So we got the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders coming up here next.
Steelers with the 84th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select DeMarvin Leal, defensive end, Texas A&M.
All right, I like it a lot.
He was a tough evaluation.
So Leal, is it Leal or is it Leal? But DeMarvin Leal is being taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let me take a moment to talk about this draft of the Steelers. I mean, they have Kenny Pickett, George Pickens. So now you got your quarterback wide receiver combo. Let's address the defense now. Hey, who's a guy that could be like a second-round talent that's fallen out of the second round and could be taken in the third round? That is DeMarvin Leal. So Leal is being taken. Which, by the way, let's take a pause real quick and show you what Ian Rappaport is saying. I think he has some inside information.
Surgery this offseason, which obviously would cause him a significant time this coming football season.
I hear you.
All right, so there you have it. I think I just caught the tail end of that, but I think that significant injury was enough to miss the 2022 season. So that was the basis of, or the explanation behind the slide of Nakobe Dean. Okay. All right, so that's gonna be a huge loss for the Eagles. Still though, they're preparing for the future, so I think they're okay with that. Who's this guy?
Yes! I'm announcing for the Patriots.
What we got?
With the 85th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Marcus Jones, defensive back, Houston.
Hey, could you have gotten Cole Strange for that pick? I don't know. Maybe Cole Strange would have been gone by then because apparently, accordingly, reportedly, he impressed at Pro Day and Senior Bowl and all that stuff. So, okay. Well, they got their cornerback. I guess you could still say that they need some wide receiver help, the New England Patriots. Marcus Jones is going to be on one side of the ball, lining up against the receiver, but they could still use a wide receiver. Hopefully they draft one deep, but I mean, they did get one in the second round at Thornton. But this is an interesting draft by the Patriots where, I mean, they don't really need, or they're some people would say that they're overdrafting for a lot of these players, but yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Whatever Bill Belichick is thinking, like the dude won 6 Super Bowls, so I'm not questioning anything. Oh, Tom Brady won that. So did Bill Belichick. But Tom Brady won. So did Bill Belichick. All right. Whatever. Okay, so next up, we've got the Tennessee Titans on the clock. Let's see what's going on here. Titans. Seattle is killing it. Brett, thanks for joining into the live stream. Yeah, Seattle's doing a very good job. I like the picks of Charles Cross and then Kenneth Walker running right behind him. Boye Mafe as well on the other side of the trenches on the edge. But now, do you think that, Brett, they should have taken a quarterback with one of their picks? They supposedly love Matt Corral. So are they going to go after Matt Corral before the night is over? We only got a handful of picks here left for the third round. So we'll get you guys caught up with all that as soon as we can. But we appreciate you guys tuning in this live stream, whether you're new or not. Just leave your comments down below in the chat. And if you are new, I encourage you guys to subscribe to this channel because we are coming out with much more content throughout the off season, but also during the season as well. And for you guys that are new to this podcast, just remember that we do have a podcast. Our official time is Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when we like to stream live and have our podcast. We just talk about anything going on in the NFL. We'll update you guys throughout the offseason, what's happening in practice and things of that nature and all the storylines. So make sure you guys check that out. Thursdays, 8 p.m. Subscribe. Well, the Tennessee Titans are up on the clock. And we'll see who they're picking as the pick is now in for the Titans. What do you think about Desmond Ridder going to ATL? I was a Malik Willis fan. Not at number 8. Like I was like one of those guys like, no, Malik Willis, no, don't touch him at number 8. But if he's around in the second round, let's make it happen. Apparently, a lot of stuff is coming out saying like, hey, he just played in a simple system, and general managers and coaches and stuff just say, I'm not having it. I'm not doing that. So, okay, that's cool. I'll take Desmond Ridder then. If he's the next best available quarterback, sure. I think consensus was Matt Corral, but on the Falcons board they had Ridder. So the Titans acquire the 86th overall pick from the Raiders. So the Titans, their pick is in, and let's see who they are going to be picking. They have this freaking set, which, by the way, the fireworks are going off back there. Oh, my gosh, what a light show is happening back there. They have this on the water, dude. Hey, dude, is that safe? I mean, I guess the water is only like a foot deep, but still, like, that's pretty cool, though. I wanted Desmond Ridder, but to me, Corral isn't a good fit, believe it or not. But Drew Lock will do decent enough this year. I'm going to acknowledge that here right after this pick by the Tennessee Titans.
Have traded the 86th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 86th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty.
Wow, there we go.
Oh, my goodness. It has happened. Guys, Malik Willis has been drafted by the Tennessee Titans here right now. 86 picks have passed by for the consensus number 1 quarterback, according to many people, to be taken by the Tennessee Titans. The status of Marcus Mariota is unknown. You see the emotion here by Malik Willis as he gets taken, and he's going to be calling Nashville his new home, just a 4-hour drive from his home in Atlanta. What a selection for the Tennessee Titans. I cannot believe that it took this long for Willis to be a Titan. Tannehill, the pressure's on. The Titans have made their pick, falling right into their hands. And now Willis has his opportunity to prove people wrong. Malik Willis, Tennessee Titans. Here we go. Tighten up, baby. Tighten up. It happened. Unreal. Chris, stop drinking. The drinking game's over. You're good. Malik Willis to the Tennessee Titans. Next up, we've got the Arizona Cardinals going to be making their selection. Man. Golly. All right. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's be professional now. All right. Tannehill replacement or just a talented backup? Listen, man. Look at this guy. Look at Mike Vrabel. Oh, they're all excited. Like, oh, all right. He fell to us. Let's take him. Why not? Malik Willis is excited too. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Is that at Liberty? Is that in Atlanta? No, that's in Las Vegas. Okay. That's in Las Vegas. Yeah. I think the pressure's on. The pressure's on. So now I had a mock draft, which, by the way, I'm going to take a moment to brag. So there's some picks that we got correct, like Ahmad Gardner to number 4, we got correct. Who's some other guys that we called correctly? I forgot. Zion Johnson to the Chargers. Like, there was, like, probably 6 picks that we called correctly. But the Cardinals are about to make their selection here. But the one thing that I'm proud of that I called correctly in the mock draft was a trade. Nobody mocks trades in mock drafts. I don't know why. Hold on, let's check in with the Cardinals.
Their athletes' passion.
All right, and they're still talking on the stage. Nobody does trades in mock drafts because they're like, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, I'm like, I'm going to mock trades. Let's do it. So let me explain this in just a bit. We'll go back to Malik Willis.
22 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State.
All right, so they select an edge rusher to hopefully help out with the loss of Chandler Jones because they need that desperately. So now we've got the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. But what I was referring to in my mock draft was, I predicted a trade, which never happens, that the Jets would move up from their second round, their number 3 pick, up to number 26 with the Tennessee Titans. And that exact trade happened. I was like, now in my mock draft, I had the Jets taking Treylon Burks at 26. But still, like, moving from the second round, number 3, to first round 26, like, with the exact same team, exact same spots, like, dude, I was proud of that trade. Anyways, the Cowboys pick is in. So with that, what was the freaking question again? Tannehill replacement or a talented backup? I was going somewhere with this. Yeah. Okay. With that trade, I had the Jets trading a first-round pick to the Titans so that they could move up. The Jets could move up inside of the first round. And I was thinking that the Titans would accept that trade because with the first-round pick for the Jets, they'll have 2 first-round picks for 2023. Let's go back. Emmitt Smith having a little bit of fun.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama, baby.
All right, so that's an acceptable pick for the Dallas Cowboys to take Jalen Tolbert here in the 3rd round and then not taking someone at 24 overall like Jerry Jones really wanted to. But now you got the Buffalo Bills on the clock. Yeah, so I had the Titans getting 2 first-round picks, like one from the Jets and then their original first-round pick for next year. And it's because, like, I thought the Titans were going to accept that trade from the New York Jets because they wanted 2 first-round picks in the instance that Ryan Tannehill does not work out in 2022. They get their guy. They have 2 different first-round picks that they could get. And the Jets could be picking like in the top 10 if they're not successful in 2022. The Titans could be picking like later, maybe like 15, 20, 25, 30 range, whatever. And so they had like this window to like really play with in 2023 with these 2 first-round picks. Because I do believe that they are going to want a replacement for Ryan Tannehill eventually if it doesn't work out. But for Malik Willis to fall this late, I think this is big news for the Tennessee Titans to take him there. Sam Howell, bad knee or not, is my selection in late rounds for Seattle. Now, do you think that he falls to day 4 or day 3, like 4th rounds, 4 through 7? Quarterbacks, like I've never seen a draft like this where only 3 quarterbacks have been taken in the first 3 rounds. All right, let's tune into Kyle Brandt. This is the moment that he's been waiting for. And we're going to have to cut out in and out because, again, we can't show too much otherwise we copyright.
Good evening, my brothers and sisters on the NFL Network. And good evening, Western New York. I find it perfect that the Bills are drafting in this city of luck, of chance, because you all know, and I know,
right here?
the only thing in this world that can stop Josh Allen is the flip of a coin.
The only thing that can stop Josh Allen is the flip of a coin.
And every other fan base, listen up. Chiefs fans, Raiders fans, Bengals fans, in my hands, I hold the most important pick of this entire round because this pick is the only pick who will win the Super Bowl in his rookie year.
This is.
With the 89th
I love that.
Of the 2022
I love that.
NFL Draft, the Super Bowl 57 champion Buffalo Bills.
I love this.
Select my man, Terrell Bernard, linebacker, Baylor.
And he eats a buffalo wing. Like, you got to freaking love. That was the best. So, okay, so some people might say, like, Kyle Brandt is, like, cringy, but, like, that right there, that was stage presence. That was amazing. That was charismatic. That was, like, WWE style. I love that promo that he cut. Like, that is the best heel promo that I've seen on draft night thus far. I love it. Buffalo Bills. Terrell Bernard. So he is known for being a Bills fan. Bills Mafia, very, very, very energetic. And now with Terrell Bernard taken off the board, we've got Las Vegas. Okay, here we go. With the Raiders pick, after not having a first rounder and a second rounder, because they replaced that with Devontae Adams, which I think they're okay with. They're okay with that. They're not like too upset. Show less. Someone in the Discord said Malik Willis to the Titans. Everyone, thanks for the heads up. By the way, if you haven't joined the Discord, I encourage you guys to click the link in the description and join the Discord. So you guys can call in live. We're almost done with this live stream because the third round is about to end here pretty soon. But let's go ahead and show you the picks that we've got here. So, again, to recap the last few picks, Nakobe Dean, the big names that have been falling are taken. Like Nakobe Dean, DeMarvin Leal, Malik Willis of the Tennessee Titans. I love that a lot. Cameron Thomas, Jalen Tolbert, Terrell Bernard. Man, what if the Atlanta Falcons went – I mentioned this before, but what if they went Malik Willis and – Desmond Ridder and just was like, hey, let's see what happens. Why not? Let's see what happens. We got to land with one of them. Let's see what happens. It's only a third-round pick, so we wasted things like that in the past before. So we'll see. Anyways, the Raiders are selecting here in front of their hometown crowd. Let's check in to see what the Raiders are doing. We'll wait for Wayne Newton to come on. That is a Marcus Allen introducing him to the Las Vegas crowd. Wayne Newton, I think he was big in like the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, 80s, 90s. I don't know. Such stunning hair, by the way, for a man of his age. All natural. All natural.
With the 90th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Got it.
The Las Vegas Raiders select. We'll do it together. Dylan Parham from Mississippi.
We'll do it together, and he didn't say it. Ugh. Dylan Parham from Mississippi, or Memphis. He said Mississippi. All right, well, they got the guard. They got an offensive lineman, which is one of the needs for the Raiders. They also need some defensive back help. Hopefully, towards the end of the draft, they can improve on that. And then some on the trenches as well. But Dylan Parham has been taken by the Raiders. And now coming up, if we can show you an update right here, we've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers about to pick the Packers, the 49ers, Patriots, Bengals, Broncos, Lions, Commanders. So a handful of people here, but, it's just going to go by quick just like that. So if you guys tuned in for most of the stream, I know that, if you guys tuned in for all the stream, what the heck, go get a life, But if you guys tuned in for most of the stream, I appreciate you guys doing that. But now on the clock, what we've got is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers about to make their selection. They haven't been very active here. I mean, they've been active in the sense of trading down and acquiring more picks. But I think they just picked Logan Hall. Logan Hall in the top of the second round. And then a little bit later in the second round, they pick Luke Goedeke. I'm going to have to work on that pronunciation. But that's what we've got. The Buccaneers now on the clock. Richard White, running back. Are you saying that Richard White is a running back? Are you saying that Richard is a white running back? Richard White, running back. Rashad White. Let me see. Okay, so Rashad White plays in Arizona. He played for Arizona State. Let's look at NFL Draft Buzz and see what his projection is. NFL Draft Buzz. Where are you at? Fourth round pick. Okay. Picking it in the third wouldn't be too bad. The Buccaneers do, I don't think, some people might say like the running back position might be a need for the Buccaneers. I don't think so, man. I really think it's not a dire need. Like, I think they're okay with Leonard Fournette and Giovanni Bernard for the time being. Yes, maybe in the future after you let Ronald Jones go to Kansas City, which I think Ronald Jones might make an impact for the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think that they really should go running back. It should be like their biggest priority here. But we'll see. All right, let's see if there's any other top available names still remaining that we want to talk about. I don't think anyone has been falling or is still available that should have been like drafted in the first round. Maybe Isaiah Spiller. Ooh, what's up with Isaiah Spiller? I know that the Falcons and the Buccaneers had interest in Spiller. Could this be the pick where the Buccaneers get Isaiah Spiller? Could be an option. Who else do we've got? We've also got, Sam Howell, Matt Corral. Looking at this point, it might be to the point that they fall into the fourth round. But we've got a little bit of an issue here. Okay, fixed it. Got it. As far as the stream goes, now we've got, who else is, Jeremy Ruckert is a tight end. Greg Dulcich, some people would say that he's the consensus number 2 tight end. He was taken, but the third tight end, Jeremy Ruckert, some people are saying is still available. All right, we've got a little bit of a streaming issue going on here with the stream. So let's see if we can try to fix that. Might be YouTube TV, or it might be us. I don't think it's us. Refresh. All right, there we go. We might have fixed it. All right. Who else is still left? Perrion Winfrey, defensive tackle, could be pretty good. Christian Harris has been taken. Chad Muma has been taken. All right. Okay, so probably just a couple of people I would say are still available. I'd say probably who I expect to be taken before the stream is over, like so in the third round, Isaiah Spiller, and I think it could be this pick right here, which the stream is not working for us. Yeah, okay, so it ends up being Rachaad White. All right, why is this stream not working for us? All right, we are going to fix this, guys. Sorry about that. But it's Rachaad White who is the selection here as a running back. I'm surprised that it's over Isaiah Spiller because there's rumors out there the Buccaneers were looking at Isaiah Spiller. So if the Falcons are in a spot where Isaiah Spiller could be around in the fourth round, look at the Falcons to target Spiller. I think the Falcons, I'm looking at it, I don't think they have a fourth-round pick. All right, well, there you have it. Isaiah Spiller could be going to another team. And now let's go to the Green Bay Packers who take Sean Ryan here, UCLA offensive guard. Again, we have a little bit of a streaming issue here. We can't show you the draft right now, but we'll try our absolute best to get you guys caught up on all the names that get called here. The 49ers are now available or up on the clock. So let's see if the 49ers are going to be. Okay. So the 49ers, man, they have not been active in this draft, and it's because of, trading a lot of draft picks away. Let's see. Wi-Fi off, Wi-Fi on. Dude, connection issues, bro. Freaking happens. It happens. YouTube TV, why aren't you working? All right, there you are. NFL draft, baby. Where you at? NFL draft. All right, now we got it. Okay, sorry. I couldn't feed the last two picks to you guys. But the pick is in now for the 49ers, and we're going to be showing you that when we can, when they make that announcement. 49ers taking Ty Davis Price, running back LSU. Dude, do you know something that we don't know? And this guy with the I love this. I love what's going on right here. Holding out a George Kittle jersey, this guy with the mullet and the sunglasses. What is going on here? Dr. Disrespect, video game streamer.
With the 93rd pick
I love the
in the 2022 NFL draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Tyrion Davis Price, running back, LSU.
Draft. Oh my freaking goodness. That's hilarious. Guys, that's freaking funny. That is absolutely 100% the funniest thing I've seen today. Oh my gosh. NFL, draft. Oh man. I hate to be an RB in San Francisco. Yeah, what happened to Trey Sermon, man? What happened to Trey Sermon? Remember he was a third-round pick from last year? Well, Elijah Mitchell seems to be the RB1, but, is he really going to be the RB1? Okay. Looks like we have a trade. The Carolina Panthers were like, I'm tired of this. We haven't picked since number 6 overall, and now the Panthers find themselves in a position to pick someone here. Who's it going to be? The Panthers are now officially on the clock. They officially acknowledged offensive tackle. They need quarterback. Matt Corral? Could it be? Could it be Matt Corral that gets taken here by the Carolina Panthers. Matt Corral. Could it be? I don't know what I'm doing. But the Panthers trade up. And let's get you guys caught up on the selection process right now and see what is going on with the draft order. So the Panthers are up. The Bengals after that. The Broncos, the Lions. And to get you guys caught up, these are the picks that we missed. Rachaad White, Arizona State, and then Sean Rhyan from UCLA. Tyrion Davis-Price as well has been taken. And, yeah, that's what it's looking like. So I dropped my phone. I don't even know where it went. Oh, how did that thing... Oh, you know when you drop your phone and it bounces, like, somewhere else? How the frick did it bounce over there? All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. By the way, I appreciate you guys tuning into this live stream. Matt Corral to the Panthers. Is it happening? Did Matt Corral go to the Panthers? Matt Corral to the Panthers. Did it happen? No, this guy in the Discord is tagging everyone. It's one of the viewers of Town of Football. He's tagging everyone, and he's saying, like, George Pickens to Steelers at everyone. And it's like, okay, guy, I get it, but we're watching. We're watching. Like, we can see for ourselves if it happens or not. But we have Adam Schefter in the Discord. But I appreciate you joining the Discord, by the way, being very interactive and chatting in there as well. It is Matt Corral. Is that what we're leaning towards? Is it Matt Corral? Am I just kind of delayed? Am I like not picking up that it is Matt Corral? Matt Corral. Top. The Panthers are taking... Okay, yep, it's happening. Breaking Matt Corral to the Panthers via trade per source. So this is reported by Jordan Schultz first. They haven't made the official pick yet, so we're waiting for the pick, and then we'll announce that. But, yes, it is going to be Matt Corral. Okay, all right. I give it to you, Discord guy. I give it to you. Cheers to that. So we'll wait and see if it is Matt Corral. Or see his name announced. Okay. We will see. All right, so pick number 94, Corral. And we will get the official pick right here.
The New England Patriots have traded the 94th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 94th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Matt Corral, quarterback, Ole Miss.
And Corral is going to be the guy that gets taken here to be the next quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Competing with Sam Darnold in that quarterback room. Matt Rule and company seem like they are set on Sam Darnold being the starter and Matt Corral competing with Darnold. PJ Walker mixed in there as well. But they were confident that they like Corral over Sam Howell, sensing that they didn't pick until the 4th round and they still decided to trade up inside of the end of the 3rd round to let Corral be the quarterback of the future. I think he's the quarterback of the future, but he's got the athleticism. He's got the arm. He throws a lot, running outside of the pocket. So I like Corral. I really do. So with that said, Cincinnati is now on the clock. And let's see who they decide to pick after adding on to their defense with Dax Hill. Let's see if they decide to add in someone else, maybe on the offensive side of the football. Did the Bengals get an offensive lineman? There's a lot of picks that have been happening, so we have to see. 2nd round pick. Nah, they they just picked 2 safeties, Cam Taylor-Britt and Dax Hill. Wow, they were like, hey, there are no remaining offensive linemen for us to take. Let's just forget about it. I mean, there were some pretty good offensive linemen still there that people thought fell. Let's listen to Ian Rappaport, by the way.
Field with the person dealt with a multitude of issues, including alcohol and related issues. He admitted publicly to battling depression. He has had unreliable behavior off the field, and he really, really struggled in some interviews with teams. That said, the talent is enough to make the Carolina Panthers take a shot with Corral here.
Wow. That's so.
Gotcha. Well, I'm not all about, putting people's personal business out on display. But I get it, man. Like, if you're an NFL insider and people are wondering why something is happening, you gotta report it, So I get it. I'm not blaming Ian Rappaport for that. But yeah, okay. So it seems like he had some personal demons that he was facing, and that might have caused the slide for Corral. But the Panthers thought it was good enough for him to be the quarterback. Some people thought that he was going to be the number 1 quarterback if the injury didn't happen and he didn't interview poorly, according to a lot of people. People thought he was going to be the number 1 quarterback in this class. Could have been. Now, let's see what the Bengals are doing.
NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, Florida.
All right, well, you help out your defensive tackle, your defensive line, because I think that they lost Larry Ogunjobi. He was going to sign with the Bears, and it was a failed physical. So Larry Ogunjobi is still a free agent? Ogunjobi. Let me look this up. Yeah, he is. Okay. Decided not to re-sign after that failed physical, almost signed with the Bears. And then they ended up not making a deal happen in free agency. But so they lost that, and they want to replace that. Ogunjobi was a key piece in that victory against the Las Vegas Raiders in the wild card round. And they addressed their defense yet again. Now we have a trade coming up. The Indianapolis Colts have officially traded up to the 96th pick. So they are now on the clock. So let's see who the Colts are going to be taking here. The Colts having a pretty good draft so far, given that they didn't have a first-round pick. I think with their second-round pick, let me go back and see who they selected. I know with the third round they picked Bernard Raymond, and then let's go back to the second round right after we hear this pick.
Denver Broncos have traded the 96th pick to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 96th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Nick Cross, defensive back, Maryland.
So it is Nick Cross as a defensive back helping out their defense. So they've been offensive heavy, getting a weapon for Matt Ryan and Alec Pierce in the second round, and then helping out that line with Bernard Raymond. Now they add in Nick Cross to their secondary, safety to be what's the word that I'm looking for? What's the word? In particular, specific. Specific is the word. 4 hours, guys. We have reached the 4-hour mark. My goodness. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for holding on to this. It's hard without a co-host. But 4 hours doing this. Loving it, though. Love talking about football. I'm probably not going to be talking about football for the rest of the week. I don't even know if I'll do a podcast next week with not a lot going on. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but just stay tuned for that. All right, so Nick Cross has been taken. Now we are on the Detroit Lions, and this round is almost over. Now, normally, conventional wisdom says, okay, well, there's 32 picks in a round, so it should have ended at pick 96, but there are compensatory picks from like trades and like free agent signing elsewhere and things of that nature. So the Lions are now up on the clock, who haven't been very interactive as far as the last, like this stream goes, like day 2, because of the trade that they made moving up to grab Jameson Williams, which ended up being a spectacular pick. Now the Detroit Lions have their wide receiver covered. If Malik Willis was still around, you know that they would have picked Malik Willis or maybe even Matt Corral. Could this be the spot for Sam Howell to back up Jared Goff or compete with Jared Goff to be that guy, I think Sam Howell was watching this from his house, so he didn't make the trip out to Las Vegas. Good for him, because we don't know if he's going to be taken here in the third round by the time the third round is over. You do have your edge help when Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, other than that, you could address the secondary and the cornerback and the safety. But the Lions, let's look at the picks so far for the Lions. They got Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams, and then Josh Paschal from Kentucky. So they've been really adding on to that edge. And let's see who the Lions are going to be taking here. You could, again, your front seven seems to be good enough. Get your secondary help. Maybe get a quarterback here. Not really too much else that you can do except just adding depth for the Detroit Lions. I mean, you do need a lot of help, but we'll see. MTB Thrill Seeker is saying, "Go Lions!" All right, one pride. One pride. Cheers. Cheers to one pride. The pick is in. The pick is in, so we'll see who the Detroit Lions are going to be taking here. Ooh, I see a stat right here. I don't know if the graphic cuts it off, but you can see at the bottom, 6.6 air yards per attempt in 2021. That is the lowest in the NFL for Jared Goff. Hey, Jared. Hey. Throw to TJ Hawkinson. Hey, from every Lions fan ever, there's TJ Hawkinson. Mom? 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 Yes, sweetie. Who's that guy over there? Well, you see, Jared, that's TJ Hawkinson, one of the most athletic tight ends in the NFL. Oh. Wow. You should throw to him, sweetie. Really? You think good things will happen? Uh-huh. Wow. Yeah, man, TJ Hawkinson needs some love. Now, TJ Hawkinson was on a team like the Packers. Ooh, superstar. Superstar. Anyways. Kyle Brandt is joining the NFL crew right here as, let's see, Barry Sanders, the legend himself, is going to be making the selection for the Detroit Lions. You know he's going to get a big pop here from not just the Detroit Lions fans, but the rest of the NFL community. Hall of Famer. Very, very, very talented running back in the day. Let's see what he has to say.
Everyone, thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. And with the 97th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Kerby Joseph, defensive back, Illinois.
That's a pretty cool moment for Kerby Joseph to have his name announced by the legend himself, probably the best Detroit Lions player in history. And, Barry Sanders, I would say Calvin Johnson's up there as well. But that's pretty cool. Pretty cool moment for Kerby Joseph, the safety. Okay, so they do address the needs. You can see edge help, check. We got it. We got two edge rushers, one of the best defensive ends in this draft in Aiden Hutchinson. And then on top of that, we had another one as well. And then safety, we just checked that with Kerby Joseph. Wide receiver, we checked that when we drafted up for Jameson Williams, who could have been the number one wide receiver had it not been for his ACL injury. Now the only remaining need out there is quarterback. And let me look at the picks here. Well, let's go over here to right here and see where the Lions are picking next. I believe that they have a fourth rounder, or maybe they traded it away to the Minnesota Vikings to trade up for Jameson Williams. Yeah, they might be missing out on a quarterback. Like Sam Howell, I would say is probably the best one that's still available. Okay, yeah, they're not picking it again until the fifth round. So, all right, well, hey, we've got Chase Young about here to make the selection for the Commanders.
With the 98th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select
Brian Robinson Jr., running back, Alabama.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I love that pick. Brian Robinson Jr. Hey, Antonio Gibson, watch out. You've got competition now. Brian Robinson is so big, athletic, fast, bulldoze you over. Well, I wouldn't say he has like the best speed in the world. According to here, he ran a 4.53, but he's big. I'm a Georgia fan, so I've seen a little bit of the battles between Georgia and Alabama from last year. And watching Brian Robinson play, let me tell you the story about Brian Robinson and why I'm still upset with him to this day as the Cleveland Browns are up on the clock. All right, so I bet against Brian Robinson. I said Brian Robinson will get less than 19 fantasy points in a game that he played against the Georgia Bulldogs. I think it was the SEC championship, right? So he plays Georgia, and he needs less than 19 fantasy points. For you guys that can do math and rushing yards, that is 190 rushing yards against the Georgia defense. So I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, I know PPR, like, he might get a reception, sure, but, like, he's not known to be, like, a pass catcher back. 190 rushing yards, he's not going to do that. He ran for over 200 yards against the Bulldogs. Had he gone less than 190 yards or 19 fantasy points, less than that, I would have won, I think, close to $100. But I ended up, I think I ended up, like, getting even, so I didn't lose any money. But still, like, what the heck? So this guy can, like, bulldoze you over. He can carry the load. You can give him the ball 25 times a game. And to pair him up in the third round, to get him in the third round and pair him up with Antonio Gibson, I like it a lot. What this tells me is, yes, J.D. McKissic is still going to be involved. Yes, he is still going to be a very good player for the Washington football team. And I'm going to finish this thought after this pick, by the way, because we've got the Cleveland Browns now on the clock.
With the 99th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue.
Okay, this is interesting,
all right?
right?
So David Bell has been taken. All right, so now you're going to get, David Bell could be the wide receiver, too, for the Cleveland Browns, who, like we said, there's Donovan Peoples-Jones. How his 40-yard dash was not the best, 4.65, but, you know, he still makes things happen. So we'll see what happens with David Bell and the Cleveland Browns offense. Now, going back to Brian Robinson, he can carry the load. He can rush the ball 25 times a game. They love all three of their backs. They love Antonio Gibson. They love J.D. McKissic. They love Brian Robinson, obviously, because they took him in the third round. But the thing is, I could see a transition where if J.D. McKissic doesn't work out. Wait, hold on. Okay, so J.D. McKissic signed with the Bills and then he didn't? Or he agreed to terms with the Bills and then he didn't? I don't want to misquote you. He might have re-signed with the... Yeah, okay, so he's back with the Commanders. Like, he agreed to terms with the Bills and then he backed out. Okay. So this could transition into Antonio Gibson being that pass-catching back because he used to be a wide receiver at Memphis. This could transition into that, and then Brian Robinson being that three-down back on the ground. We're just going to have to wait and see. I know that Ron Rivera wanted to treat Antonio Gibson like he was Christian McCaffrey, but it didn't work out in 2021 as we go to the 100th pick.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Myjai Sanders, defensive end, Cincinnati.
They get the defensive end and Myjai Sanders. So the Cardinals really trying to add on and replace the loss of Chandler Jones with some edge help. Now we've got the New York Jets coming up here who've already, like, listen, if the Jets don't pick for the rest of the draft, I think they're completely fine. Like, you have done enough. You have been amazing. Like, just take the rest of the night off. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, too, about all this. About everything going on in the draft. So now to show you what's happening so far, as you can see a slow motion shot of Kyle Brandt, which is, by the way, the best announcement of the night. So let's show you the draft order thus far. And for you guys that stay tuned with us, I encourage you guys to stay with us for the end of this draft because we only got 5 more picks remaining. I am not doing a draft show tomorrow because tomorrow I know that can last like 5 hours or however long it might be because rounds 4 through 7, it goes so quick. So I'm just going to be staying with you for just, day 2. We've got the Jets coming up now. We've got the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Rams, and the 49ers. So the Rams are going to be picking for the first time in this draft. Cole Strange, they made fun of that pick. Sean McVay did when the Patriots picked him. And if he was still around, I believe that he would have picked Cole Strange. The Jets, who have already gotten Ahmad Gardner, got Jermaine Johnson, got Breece Hall, got Garrett Wilson. This is such a win draft for the New York Jets. I can't. There's no one else that's won this draft. There's no one else that will win this draft. Like Joe Douglas has solidified himself for a long time, and you could say, like for those people that doubted him, like when Adam Gase was around, and it's like, well, why did Joe Douglas get fired alongside Adam Gase? Well, it's because of things like this. They trust Joe Douglas. They believe in the picks that he's going to be making, and now he's going to be selecting here for pick 101 for the New York Jets. The Jets, man, I can't think of anybody that has a better draft than them. Man, it's going to be an interesting offseason, man. I guess I'll talk to you guys about the plans that I have for the offseason again. This is the 10th season of Time to Football that's going to be coming up here in September. So we're going to do some awesome things. Like we're going to redesign the set. We're in the works of graphics and new logos and things like that because it's been 10 years. So it's time for a change. But for the good. Like we're not going to take away, our identity too much away. We're still going to have the identity of being positive, of being a show that's about the players, bringing more players on for interviews and making documentaries about that. I'm excited about the rebranding process that's going on. So from May until August, mainly, I'm going to be posting on that T2F Fantasy Football channel. If you have not heard about it, just search T2F, like you see behind me, the letters and the number, T2F. Just type that out. Fantasy Football. Subscribe on there, and you guys can check that out throughout the offseason. The New York Jets, their pick is in, so we'll be seeing who they're going to be selecting here pretty soon. As you can see, the celebrations here throughout the days, day 2 and rounds 2 and 3. Malik Willis overcome with emotion after which part of Las Vegas is he in? I don't know. But he's overcome with emotion, and now the Jets are going to be making their selection here in just a bit. The Jets, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Rams, and the 49ers are the teams remaining to end out the night. Again, the selections right here. And now we've got the Jets coming out to make the pick. What do we got here? They might be talking for a little bit before we can show you the pick. But let's just go ahead and see who's going to be making this. Shaheen Holloway. Oh, the head coach.
The New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Records from Ohio State.
Back to the Buckeyes. Went and got the teammate there.
They say the New Jersey Jets. Interesting. Okay. Well, Jeremy Ruckert is a tight end. Some people thought he was the second best tight end in this class, right after Trey McBride. Some people thought he was going to be the third best tight end, but he is officially the fourth tight end taken off this list in this draft. Jelani Woods beat him to it as the second tight end. Trey McBride, as we know, was taken as the first tight end. And then the third tight end taken off the board was Greg Dulcich to the Denver Broncos. Now you got the Miami Dolphins on the clock, and the Dolphins are going to be making some noise for the very first time here after not having so many picks due to Tyreek Hill and that trade happening. Okay, so you're good at wide receiver. You traded Devontae Parker for Tyreek Hill. I'd say that's a pretty good exchange right there. Some needs that you could go after. You could go after a linebacker. Unfortunately, Nakobe Dean is gone at this point, but you could get some pretty good linebacking help here in the third round. You do need a running back, and there are some running backs out there that have not been taking that you could add to this list. I know that you've got Chase Edmonds. I know you got Raheem Mostert, and that might be good enough. But if you're looking to add an additional piece as well, I think that someone like Isaiah Spiller might be a better piece than Myles Gaskin as an RB3. So let's just wait and see. I think if I were the Dolphins, if I were general manager Chris Greer, I would go down the direction of adding to the defense. This defense was part of the big turnaround from them going 1-7 to almost making the postseason. But a lot of that can be credited to maybe Brian Flores and his coaching. Brian Flores is not there anymore, so you may need some defensive pieces to help out with this team. Why Brian Flores is not there, I have no idea. We'll see. But appreciate you guys watching. We've got the Miami Dolphins selection coming out. It looks like there's someone from the 72 Dolphins team coming out. Going to be making a selection here. Let's listen in. Showing off a Super Bowl ring.
Thank you.
Larry Konska. Okay.
It's an honor for me to be here.
Again, we got to cut away because we don't want to get copyrighted.
72, undefeated Miami Dolphins.
Man, that guy's hair was really red.
With the 102nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Channing Tindall, linebacker, Georgia.
All right, so the linebackers at Georgia continue to make a noise here, especially in the third round. We got Nakobe Dean, who was taken, which if you guys are just now joining in, haven't heard the news, Nakobe Dean has fallen from the first round to the third round because of a pec injury that might miss him, or he might miss significant time in 2022. That led to the Philadelphia Eagles being like, hey, what the heck? Why not? Let's just go ahead and take him. He's going to be a future Pro Bowler. And now, Quay Walker taken as well. And now right here from the Dolphins, Channing Tindall is going to be the selection, pick number 102 by the Dolphins. You got the room right here. It looks like Dan Marino is a part of the process here in picking for the Miami Dolphins. As now on the clock is going to be Kansas City. Their pick is in. It looks like it's going to be pretty quick that they're going to be making that selection. So let's check in just a bit to see who the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be picking. But let's show you the updated draft board. As Jeremy Ruckert was the selection by the New York Jets, Channing Tindall, we just heard, from Georgia. The Chiefs, the Rams, for the very first time, are going to be making a selection, and as well as the 49ers. We haven't heard their name a lot here in this draft. 49ers did not have a first-round pick, and with their first pick in the draft, they took Drake Jackson from USC. Let's listen in on the Chiefs.
The 103rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Leo Chenal, linebacker, Wisconsin.
Interesting. So Leo Chenal was one of those guys that was very underrated, and someone said he might be one of, if not the best linebackers in the draft. Bold statement. I agree that it's probably Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean, but Leo Chenal, I think, was really being talked about as being just like a physical, athletic guy, and now the the Kansas City Chiefs have selected him at inside linebacker. All right, here's a name that we haven't heard in a very, very long time, or a team name, I should say, the Los Angeles Rams, who Les Snead is known for saying F them picks, and did not have a first-round or a second-round pick. They are finally selecting in the third round, at the bottom of the third round. And after acquiring Matthew Stafford and just using all their draft capital to get whoever the heck they want, Von Miller, OBJ, whatever, they're like, All right, third-round pick. So let's see if this is worthwhile, because if we want to talk about the Rams, we haven't really covered them just because we haven't talked about them a lot here. Their losses kind of even out with the adds that they got this year. So they added Allen Robinson, which is great, but they lost Sebastian Joseph Day, Austin Corbett, Von Miller. We know about Odell Beckham Jr., Robert Woods, Sony Michel. I mean, he's still out there as a free agent. But those players have found new teams, with the exception of Sony Michel. Adding Allen Robinson means that, hey, your offense is okay. Your offensive line, even though you lost Austin Corbett, it's still okay. It's still decent. But they could add an offensive lineman here if they wanted to. You could replace someone off the edge in Von Miller, but it looks like there's a selection that's going to be made here for the defending Super Bowl champions. And let's see who the pick is going to be. We got Steven Jackson, the former Rams running back, making the pick.
Reigning world champion Rams!
Definitely eating up the crowd.
I'm now going to turn it over to...
All right. Like I said, we'll just wait for Steven Jackson to be done hyping up the crowd, and then we'll go with the pick. All right, Steven Jackson telling his life story growing up in Las Vegas. Here we go.
The Los Angeles Rams select Logan Bruss, guard, Wisconsin.
So it is an offensive lineman. Okay, so we talked about Austin Corbett, that being the loss. They could take an offensive lineman. Logan Bruss, I don't know too much about him. Maybe he could be a replacement. Maybe he could be a starter. But, I mean, just looking at his highlights right here. All right, open up the hole right there for a touchdown. Oh, okay, with the little pull right there to the left side. All right, okay, all right. So he's got something in him. Gennaro, respect to you, Hassan. Keep killing it, bro. Thank you, Gennaro, for tuning in. Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. After a very, 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 very long day, it is time for the final pick of the day. The San Francisco 49ers will be making their selection. Again, they only had one pick in this draft thus far, and that was Drake Jackson from USC. Now the 49ers are looking to add to their, could be the defense. I'm going to say it's probably the defense. If you go in the direction of wide receiver, that kind of sends a message to Deebo Samuel. But if you missed earlier in this live stream, Peter Schrager, who talked to Eric Armstead, who's on the team, says that it's looking like Deebo Samuel is not going to be traded throughout this draft. I mean, you're already outside of the first 3 rounds. Let's hear who's it going to be.
With the 105th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Danny Gray, wide receiver, SMU.
All right, so to close it out is Danny Gray, wide receiver from SMU. As this, I just said, this is not going to send this is sending a message to Deebo Samuel, like, hey, we have a replacement for you. Can't really replace Deebo, but regardless, they get a wide receiver because you never know what's going to happen with that situation. I mean, I'm looking at the measurables right now, 5'11", 186. Deebo's a little bit thicker. That's why he's running a lot at running back, and just the talent level of him is just phenomenal. Hey, guys, with all that said, we really appreciate you guys tuning into this NFL Draft live stream. Again, if you guys have been cutting in and out, so I really appreciate you making the time to join in. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you guys aren't already subscribed. Thanks again for sticking with us throughout day 1 and day 2 of the NFL Draft. Day 3, I am not doing a live stream. My voice needs a rest, so I'm going to go ahead and take the weekend off. But hopefully, Sam Howell, one of the big names that's still out there, your teams, Seattle Seahawks, Detroit Lions, maybe they could get them. Appreciate you guys joining us for the NFL Draft, and I'll see you next week. Take care, guys.